Hello, everybody. Welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is Thursday. It's the 4th of November, 2021. My name is Kerry Holzman. I'm a professional computer repair technician in the industry, nonstop and exclusively. That's all I've been doing since 1991. And of course, before that, it was a hobby of mine, though not with these type of computers. We were using Ataris and Commodores, TRS-80s back in the day. So my hobby became my job. I've been doing this a long time, and I thought, you know what YouTube needs? YouTube needs an actual professional in the industry to represent what real technicians do. Because enthusiasts and hobbyists are great. It's a lot of fun. It's a great way to waste your money. To enjoy your money. Depends on how you want to look at it. But there is a whole different perspective when somebody is paying you and holding you accountable. So I thought, I'm going to do this on YouTube and we'll see what happens. And we've been growing ever since. Started out in 2008 with my very first computer build video. I did two, actually. I did an AMD build and I did an Intel build. And then just kind of sat back and watched how those performed. And it took about a year, really. And I thought nothing of it. And Google had sent me a check. And I thought, well, this must be a scam. And around 2009, I got my check. And I realized that check was for the videos I posted earlier. It just took a long time for them to generate. It was a minimum $100 threshold. So it took a year to make that $100. But I wasn't aware that it was making anything worth watching. So once I realized the check was real, I said, I got to make more videos. And that was 12 years ago. Here we are. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I have been working on repairs. It seems like people are really interested in seeing the diagnostics and repairs, and my audio looks low again for some reason. I seem to be having, I don't know if I have a cable problem, if I wiggle the cable, if that's making a difference. Boy, the audio looks really low. And I don't change anything from day to day. In fact, everything on the counter is the same as pretty much we left it yesterday. I'm going to move a couple items around a little bit here. So I'm going to move, I don't know if I have a bad cable or a bad input on the capture card. So before we get going, I know if I unplug it and plug it back in again, it addresses it, but I'm going to just try plugging it into a different port. So hang in there for a minute with me, and I'm going to temporarily disconnect audio and video from you guys. Don't freak out. It's all part of the plan here. Stand by. Check, check, check. So I should be on this camera's internal microphone, which is going to sound horrible, but stand by. I just have to reassign audio to the other port. Check 1, 2, check, check 1, 2, check. Wow, that's really, really bad. I think that's not the right one either. Hold on. I only have one more to pick. It's got to be this one. Okay, that one right there, that is the other input. So it does not appear to be an input problem. It looks like it may be a cable problem. that's a little bit more timely to resolve. But again, before we get too into this video here, let me see if I've got a spare cable I can use. I usually have a few cables laying around for just this kind of purpose, for just such an occasion. And you know, we do everything live and unscripted here, so everything you see is single take. And I'm the only one here, so I've got to operate all the video and audio equipment while doing the work and being the talent. So things do go a little bit slower, but I think it's more like you're hanging out with somebody who's doing work than it is a traditional show you might be accustomed to. Why do what everybody else does, you know? So this is a little different. May not be for everybody, but I hope you'll stick around. I hope you'll enjoy it. Let me put things back the way they were, so stand by again, and I will be back in just a second. Right now, well, see that audio is super loud. I don't think I'm on the right audio port. I think I should be on port 3, and I think I'm on port 2. So port 2 is going to be the in-camera audio, and I'm going to leave that on so you can hear me, even though the audio is not good. It's probably really echoey up a distance away from the cameras. But let me just try this other cable, because this is getting maddening. This is about the 3rd broadcast in a row that it's pulled this stunt on me. And I do unplug these cables a lot, and they're not really meant to be plugged and unplugged as often as I do it. So right now you're seeing a no signal. That's normal. It's because I unplugged the main camera. I'll put you on camera 2. That we at least get some video there while I'm doing this. I hate to leave you in the dark. Yeah, this cable, I think, is bad. Well, I hope. That's all it is. So here's my questionable cable. I'll stick that over there until I find out the results. So we'll go, let's see, here, this cable. And I'm careful that I don't trip over it. Usually what I do is I bring it up to the tripod and I wrap it around the tripod leg just in case somebody trips on it. It doesn't break the connector on the camera. We'll put the stress of a pulled cable onto the tripod. And we'll plug that in right there. Maybe. There goes. Then I want to take all the slack and I want to move that away from the area I walk so that I don't get it hooked under my shoe. Because between pulling on a $900 capture card and a $2,500 camera, it's going to turn out too well. Okay, so now to the audio input. 3. That should be my microphone now. That looks a lot better. We'll turn back camera 1, and that should be good now. And I hope that's all it was a cable. I'll do a couple of broadcasts, or we'll see if the audio drops later on. If the audio is fine for a couple of broadcasts, I'm going to cut that cable, the bad one, so I never, ever use it again. So thank you for the feedback in the chat room. I wasn't sure what the problem was. Could have been a port on the capture card, could be the cable. Beyond that, who knows? So, in any event, let me give a few shots out here to folks who have already started contributing here to support the channel, starting with Tony Wallow. Hey, Tony. Tony contributes $4.99. And there's Sarge Tech with $2. And he says, agape from the sticks of Central Georgia. Right on. Thank you. And what else? Somebody else just contributed $10. That's from Chris Mole. He says, hey, Kerry, long time no see. Good to catch a live stream again. Well, it's good to have you here. Joshua Robinson also contributes $10. Joshua, Chris, Tony, and of course, Sarge Tech. Thank you guys so much for kicking us off with those contributions. As you can see, when the contributions are coming in, you typically do see more content from me. These things are directly related. If you're wondering why there are times when there are days of no content, it's usually because the contributions in the previous few broadcasts weren't enough to what I need to pay my bills. So I have to go and do something else to generate revenue, and then I come back again. My goal is to be able to do this full time and not even have anything to fall back on, but that's a little scary too. So be careful what you wish for. Let me just set this wire tie aside, and I'm going to tell you what we're going to do today. I got my new Mugen 5 coolers in the mail from Amazon. They've even changed the box. It's very, very different now. And I haven't opened it up or looked at it or done anything with it. And we'll just have to see if their installation method is this as easy as it's always been. Because if so, that's going to be my Noctua replacement from this point forward. This is the black edition of the cooler. That's why the box looks a little different. I hope that's all they changed was the color. And they added $10 to the price for the black color. That's still $20 under Noctua's price tag. So we might get an opportunity to test one of these today. Maybe. Which gets me back to what we're going to do today. On the counter, you see I still have everything from yesterday. I had to talk to this customer and find out, what are we doing? Talking to a lot of customers at the same time, and it's easy to confuse who wanted what. So, for example, just today, oh, wait a minute, I've got some very sharp, pointy things on the floor I want to remove. I don't want to step on that barefoot. Not that I'm barefoot, but I do walk around here barefoot, and I wouldn't want to step on those. Anyway, the computer, the owner of this computer, we had to have a discussion, and we did that after the show yesterday. And he doesn't want this board. He doesn't care about that. We are going to keep his power supply, and we're going to keep his DVD drive. We're going to keep his case. And he's got about a $600 budget. And based on his needs, I'm thinking he's going to be ideal for the i5-10600K, like the ones I was testing yesterday, on the B460 board with 32 gigs of RAM and a 1 terabyte Intel SSD. Then we install Windows 10 Pro on that, and he's going to hook up 2 monitors to it. He's always had a 2-monitor hookup, and the B460 HD3 from Gigabyte totally supports that with DVI, HDMI, and a VGA. This board, he had 4 outputs, but I think you can only use 2 at a time. This had all 4. This had VGA, DVI, HDMI, and DisplayPort. And this does have an M.2 slot on it. I didn't see it, but it's all the way down at the bottom of the board. It's going to be a ×2 slot, Gen 3 by 2. So we wouldn't want to use it anyway. It's we might check this. You know, maybe that's where I'll start, is just to see if this board works, because it might do good in a future giveaway for somebody if it's, you know, if we can easily make it work. Otherwise, it's not worth it. It's probably got 2-3 years left in it for basic use, web surfing, email, real simple stuff. You could probably go to the end of Windows 10 with it, just if your needs were very, very minimal. A couple other contributions have come in, so thank you to Rob Gurley with $5. He says, Carrie and chat makes my day. Thank you. Well, you saying that makes my day. I appreciate you. Ozpause Daily DIY contributes $5. Thank you, Ozpause. And Bob Connors contributes $25. He says, I just sent my computer to you today and sent you an email. I did respond to your email, Bob, so I'll let you know when the packages arrive, and then we'll pick it up from there. So what people don't often realize is that many times I talk about the the fact that I'm in such a hurry all the time, right? I'm always go, go, go. And the problem with that is when you're talking to a customer or a potential customer, right? We don't know yet if it's something that the customer, I don't know until I talk to a customer if I can help them or if they'd be willing to have me help them, especially if they have to ship the computer and endure that expense along with the time, because it's probably a week for me to get it nowadays. I'm going to need it at least a week or two and then a week back. You're out about 4 weeks. And so when I call a client, I'm the one talking to the client. I don't have an assistant. I do everything myself. And if me and the client just start talking, we can be on the phone 3-4 hours, right? So if I'm doing a broadcast for 3 or 4 hours, and then after the broadcast, I'm on the phone with the client for 2-3 hours, 4 hours, and then I still haven't eaten, still have to eat dinner, there's not a whole lot of time left for me to do anything else other than say, okay, I now have direction from the customer. I know where to go from here, but that's it for me today. The pool vacuum I keep talking about rebuilding, still haven't had time because things like this happen. And it's no regrets. I'm not complaining about it, but I want you to know that I really enjoy talking to my customers, especially when the customers aren't being demanding, especially when we can sort of see eye to eye on and have the same sort of expectations. They understand the shipping delay, they understand limitations of budget and what's acceptable, and it's often very common for me to be on the phone with a client going completely off topic and talking about who knows what, for half the conversation. And as a result, that's time I'm not working, it's time I'm not getting stuff done, and it's starting to back up to a point now where Mitch may be helping me do repairs tomorrow. We may be postponing any more builds until we get caught up. So I have more coming. I had 2 more customers contact me today, both systems that I built. One customer, I guess, knocked a drink over and it went into the top holes of the computer. I'm guessing the computer's on the floor next to a desk. The drink fell over. Not my, it's nothing to do with me, but they're in another state and it might make more sense for them to find somebody locally to fix it. One of the things I promote is that all my components are industry standard. I'm not like the big brand manufacturers that force you to have to come back to me. And while I would love to help them, I don't know that it's financially or time consuming or time spending. I don't know that that makes any sense. If the person needs the computer for work, they would probably be better off finding somebody local, as much as it kills me to say it. But hopefully not just anybody local. Hopefully you have a friend that can refer you to somebody or a trusted source. I wouldn't take it to any corporation. I would take it to a mom and pop kind of shop. I wouldn't look on Craigslist for a pizza box tech. I would try and find somebody who's reputable. Another customer who I recently helped last week, who's had their computer for, I don't know, has it been a year? I helped them with a problem they had. It's all solved. Everything's good. 3 days later, they say they can't. The computer it won't boot anymore. It keeps coming up to a startup repair option, and he tries it. It doesn't fix it. He is really far away. He's at the opposite side of the United States. And I, told him the same thing. I'm like, if you make sure you don't have any USB drives plugged in the back of the computer, no DVD or CD in the drive, if the system's trying to boot from those, if they have an invalid boot option on them, make sure you take all that out, turn the computer off, turn it back on. And he says, yeah, it's not working. And it's like 3 days or 4 days after I just got done helping him remotely with something completely unrelated to this. So same story. It's like, hey, if you want to put it in a box and ship it back to me, I'm more than happy to take a look and get it repaired for you. I don't know how practical that is, but I always offer that to my clients. Warranty and support is very difficult to do when clients are buying from out of state. So I always try to make it clear to my clients that, well, I do warranty my labor for a year. It may not be financially feasible for you to pay that $100 and whatever it is to ship it back, and then possibly endure damage in shipping, right? But once I have it, it's my problem, I'll take care of it and I'll pay for the shipping back. That's part of my warranty process. But all of that's probably going to take about 4 weeks. And that's in a best case scenario, right? That's assuming I have everything we need and I can diagnose it and get to it really quickly. Now, at the same time, they could have somebody come to them, potentially diagnose it there and get it repaired in 1 day. So it's a huge challenge for me to work on some problems remotely. Software issues, configuration stuff, that's easy. I can log in remote and resolve that. Can't print, whatever, I can help you. So I always warn people, I say, look, I'm just building the computer for you, right? I'm not Dell, I'm not HP, I don't have techs all over the United States that I contract out to. I'm the only one who does the work. So essentially what you're paying me to do is just build a machine. I'm not charging you anything more than what I pay for the parts. I make no profit at all, other than when customers pay me for the shipping. Anything left over from the shipping is mine to keep. Sometimes shipping costs more than I charge, but usually it's about 20 bucks left over. So I make $20, and I do it as a service so people don't have to build it themselves. They save money, and I make money from the video that I can create from showing it. I'm not saying that's a good business model, because suddenly we're running into some issues that have never occurred before. And in my business, I don't encounter this many problems this close together. And it just hasn't happened in years. The quality control on components has gone way, way up through automation. You know, somebody spilling something, that happens, you know, it happens. That's just the randomness of life. But the timing of it is just when other computers were coming in. So I'm doing my best. I never tell people no. If they want to send a computer in to me for repair and it's a computer I built, they can always send it in. Even 10 years from now, I will take it and I will upgrade it, fix it, whatever I can do to help that customer is my number one goal. But as I mentioned, you know, when somebody is in another state, when they're hundreds or if they're thousands of miles away, it really ties my hands to how much I can help them. And most of the customers that are having me build their machines are not comfortable going inside and doing even the easiest, you know, the stuff that most of you who are comfortable with some of this work, they're intimidated by it. They don't want to do it. Or in some cases, they can't do it through either time constraints or disabilities. So it's a very difficult thing to balance. Now, I would love to do more repair videos. If you have a system and you want to send it in for repair, you can send me an email, and I can put my email address right up on the screen. I'm not offering non-customers free technical support. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you have a modern Windows 10 computer that is not running, anything older than Windows 10, I'm not touching it. It's a waste of my time. But if you have a machine running Windows 10 that isn't running correctly or isn't running at all anymore, or you have a machine you want to upgrade, you're certainly welcome to reach out to me, and I can give you a business proposal on that. If you're looking for free support and you're my client, you already know how to reach me. If you're looking for free support and you're not my customer, you probably won't get a response because I'm buried in those every day. Even for me to just say, sorry, I can't help, it takes way too much time out of my day, and people never accept that. As soon as I respond, they respond with something else. Well, can you recommend somebody? No, I can't recommend. Every time I respond, they always respond back. The only time this whole thing stops is when one of us stops responding. So if I never respond to it to begin with, it doesn't start this whole time suck, right? Where now I'm doing exactly what I said I wasn't going to do, which is to offer you support for free. But if you keep asking me questions after I've already said I don't do that, then sometimes people get upset and they say, you're a jerk. I thought you were a nice guy. And his whole thing, so just don't answer them. That's what I've learned that the hard way. But the email, I can put it up on the screen, and I very much, for people who understand what I'm saying, very much would like to, if I can help you, I'd like to help you. So let me just do this real quick. Put this there, and I'll just type in like that. I don't know if that's going to appear very well on the screen here. Let's see. I'm going to have to minimize. Very hard to read that. I'm going to have to change the font color. Select a font. Where's my font color? Background color. Can I make it a solid background? Can I do that? That doesn't seem to have helped. Background color, gradient, select color. Just find something that stands out a little better. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that'll work. There should be a way for me to change the background on that. Background, opacity. Okay, keep that dark. Background opacity, there we go. There we go. So if you want to reach out to that email address with an actual business inquiry, I will respond to you, and I would love the opportunity to help you. If you're just fishing for free help, I will guide you. I won't respond to it, but where you can go for that is a company called ComputerWorks. My ComputerWorks. And at My ComputerWorks, you pay like $39 a month, and you can have all the technical support you want over the phone, US based. They're right down the street here from Studio B. They've been in business for over 16 years. And many of the original employees, when they started this company 16 years ago, are still with the company today. So this is a good, legitimate company, money back guarantee. You go month to month. You can cancel anytime, no contracts. Let them know you're a Kerry Holzman viewer, and they waive the activation fee. And then you don't have to feel bad about, taking up some stranger's time. You're paying for it. And how often you use it, obviously the more you use it, the better the value it is for you. But at least you've got that. And it may also make a good gift this holiday season when everything is sold out and you want to get something for friends or family who are always coming to you for support and you're tired of it. Give them this gift, give them a month of it for free, and say, hey, anytime you have a problem, call these guys. They are good. They'll not only help you with your computer, they may help you with your TV, your smart TV, or your phone, or any other thing you've got questions with, including tutoring to some extent. So I can't speak highly enough about My ComputerWorks, and more info is in the video notes below the video. So that's the email address, and that's how you can reach me. It's always been that way, by the way, and it probably always will be that way. And sometimes the spam filter will catch things depending on, like I've had people email me and their return email address is wrong, and I have no way to respond to them. So if you want to ensure that you're going to get a response, include your email address in the body of your email, because a lot of people who are asking questions don't have their email set up correctly. And when they don't identify any way to reach them and their email doesn't work, then they wrongfully assume that I'm ignoring them, when in fact I don't know who they are, and they haven't left me a way to help them. And it would make sense that those are many of the people who are asking for help, because they don't even have their email set up right and they don't even know it. So just in case, make sure you leave your email address in the body of your email. You'd also be less likely to get caught up in the spam filter. A lot of these default email addresses that Windows 10's email program is utilizing when people set that up. And you shouldn't be using that program, by the way, because this is what happens. You get this long hexadecimal email address. And if you include your email to me, I will send a copy of what you sent me to see that nobody can respond to you because you have an incorrect email address, because you shouldn't be using that Windows 10 email application. Unless you've got Outlook.com or Hotmail.com, it doesn't work with other services. So just be aware of that. I can't count the number of emails I couldn't reply. No way to reply and no other contact information. Also, keep in mind how you've set your email address up. If you've set your email address up to say something like admin, or to say something like secret agent, you're more likely to go into my spam filter than if it contains your actual real name. So imagine you get an email and it comes from LizardBrain82, and the person says, "Hi, Carrie, I'm having this problem. Can you help?" And they've told me nothing about their computer, nothing about when the problem started, and they haven't even introduced themselves to me. So if you've never interacted with another human being, the correct etiquette would be to introduce yourself. And if it's a business proposal, to have your proper name on your email. Now, you don't have to, but what happens is the spam filter sees this, and the spam filter says this looks like somebody is hiding, and therefore it is more than likely not legit, and then I may not get your email. So just bear that in mind. I've seen that. It doesn't matter what your email address is. That can be Lizard King. That doesn't matter. It's about the name, the display name. So if your email address is Lizard King and your display name is Lizard King, and then on top of that, you haven't introduced yourself. "Hi, Carrie, my name is..." Okay, so if your name is Lizard King, you're probably going in the spam filter, right? I'm just trying to run a business. I'm trying to help people with sincerity. Some people think that's funny. Laugh it up. I'll be over here working. I'll be over here cashing checks at the bank, and you can laugh all you want. Doesn't bother me one bit. I enjoy a good joke, but I appreciate when I'm in on it. I don't like being the butt of it. Now, with that out of the way, a few other contributions have come in, so let me just say thank you to these generous folks here. There's Frankie B. Hey, Frankie, he contributes $50. He says, "It's been a while since I got in to see a live stream." That has been a while, Frankie. Good to see you. Glad you're back. And Mike Visions with a £5 contribution. Mike says, "Hello, Carrie. Glad to catch up again. It's been a rough week for me this week, so now I'm having a tango and watching your stream to cheer myself up." I don't know what a tango is, but if that's what you use to help yourself relax, I hope I can distract you for the next couple hours here. We get some work done together. There's Madi Yoel, good friend and proud supporter here in the chat room. Madi joins us from Florida and contributes $50. Thank you, Madi. Madi says, "Hi, Carrie. It's me, Madi." I hope so. Otherwise, somebody just hacked your account. Thanks, Madi. Sarge Tech says, "I just sent you a letter." All right, well, I'll tell you something else we can do with this, with the email address. Let me put the email address up there again. If you have a technical support question or a tech question that you want me to answer in a future show, right? You're not looking for a personal response in an email, but rather you want to hear your question read on air, then go ahead and send those to me and state that. Say, "Hey, just, would love it if you could answer this on a live feed." And then what I'll do, if I get enough of those, is I'll do a whole broadcast just reading your questions and doing my best to answer them. And that helps me also to be a little more prepared for what's coming when we fly by the seat of our pants here and people are firing off questions and changing topics rapidly. It's hard for the show, for people watching the show to keep up with it because it's constantly zigzagging. So that would also help to, have a show where I've got enough questions already set up that I can just start reading them out loud and providing answers. And if we've got an hour of content, that'd be great. Just bear in mind, depending on the number of people that ask and the questions that are being asked, if they're sincere and not just silliness, the that video could be made tomorrow, or it could be made in a month, depending on when I have enough of those that I can do that. And I think it'd be a lot of fun, and I'd like to do it, but it requires your participation. I'll just look here in email right now just to see. And there's a Sarge Tech there saying, just a thank you letter. I really appreciate your channel, and I watch it as often as I can. You give solid practical advice, and you're also fun to watch. And I like to watch the live broadcasts, but if I miss them, I can always watch the rebroadcast. I also like the community you've built of loyal, good people who contribute to the conversation. Absolutely. And that's from Rob. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, so in any event, let's get on with the show, right? Christoph Esch contributes €5. Christoph joins us from Germany. Thank you, Christoph. He says, can we fix some computers now? I was thinking the same thing. Maybe we should. I'm not quite sure where to start. I have a mountain of work ahead of me here. And what I need to do is, well, first of all, I want to make sure I caught everybody that's contributed. Give you all a shout out. Did I get everyone? I don't intentionally skip anybody. So if I did skip somebody, it was purely by an oversight. But it looks like I got everybody. So yeah, so I've got a lot of things to do today. I need to prep a B460 board to go in here and get this back to the client. I got to prep a B365 board for another client. And then I'm curious if this board works. Now here's the thing. In the level of priority, what needs to be done first? Whether or not this board works is at the bottom of my list. But here's a problem. I am buried in parts. And I need to know if this is a part worth keeping or if this is a part worth recycling. I have no stack for I don't know. I don't have any stacks left for check this out later. So even though nobody is waiting on this, I don't know what to do with it until I determine if it works. So for that reason, we're going to do that right now. If this is bad, there's no sense taking it any further, and it can go to the recycle pile. If this is good, then I have a pile for future giveaways that this can go into that stack. Once everything is in its place, then we can begin to move forward. So what I'm going to do for right now is move the case out of the way, and we'll throw a heat sink on here. Remember, the heat sink that was on here, the little connectors were broken, and we need to put that on. And I've got some DDR3. I've got a lot of DDR3. I'm not sure all of it works, so I'll bring out a couple sticks of that just in case the DDR3 is not working and everything else is fine. And if this posts, that's as far as I need to take it. It can go in the standby pile. If this does not post after some minor diagnostics, then this will go in the recycle bin, right? So let's hope that this can go quickly so we can get on with repairs. I have another machine. Remember I said yesterday that FedEx was supposed to deliver 2 packages. They only delivered 1. Well, the other package was delivered today. It's still in a box, so I don't know if there's any shipping damage, but it looks okay so far. And hopefully we can get to that today too. So this may be a very long broadcast and might be filled with all kinds of unexpected twists and turns. This is all live, and you know, we'll see where it goes. So the first thing I want to do, I have a replacement heatsink. This is the same one I keep using. You know, sometimes I use these so often I break the posts and I just throw them in the recycle because I have a bunch of these, so I'm not worried about them. I generally don't ship computers with these anymore. I'll always use an aftermarket cooler these days. They're cheap enough. These fans just get too darn loud. Yeah, it just doesn't want to snap in. Okay. So where's the too darn loud quote from? What movie is that from? Sorry, you guys are too darn loud. I'll let you think about that. I'm going to look for some DDR3. Oh, I have a bunch of it right here. Maybe one of these will do the trick. Yeah, Back to the Future, that's right. Who said that first? Squishy said that first. And who said it? In Back to the Future, what's the name of the actor who said, sorry, you guys are too darn loud? That's your follow-up bonus question. Jim Maloney says, Huey Lewis. That is correct. I was quite surprised that when I saw that movie, I didn't really know what it was about, but it looked really cool from the poster. I don't even recall seeing a movie trailer for it. And I guess I can get my email address off of there, right? Let me do that. I don't need that up there the whole time. And I've always seen, Huey Lewis on MTV. I knew what he looked like. And he did the soundtrack to Back to the Future. So to see him in there and then to complain that the music was too loud was just, like a double whammy. It was fantastic. And then I think I went back and watched the movie immediately again. I went out, bought another ticket, went back in. And I've probably seen it. I've probably seen that movie. There's not many movies I watch more than once. The king of all movies I've seen more than any other would be Star Wars, the original. And then I would say Back to the Future. And then maybe Monty Python and the Holy Grail, probably something like that. Although I've seen Better Off Dead a lot. That's such a stupid movie. Oh, Asus put the clip on the inside on this one. And Jim says, what about ZZ Top doing Double Back and Back to the Future 3? Yeah, that was amusing, but ZZ Top wasn't the same. I guess I wasn't a really big ZZ Top fan compared to Huey Lewis. So, well, it was fun to see ZZ Top because, again, I recognized them from MTV, and I do know some of their songs. Huey Lewis, I knew about 10 of his songs, and ZZ Top, we have like three or four. Sharp Dressed Man, LaGrange. I mean, so Huey Lewis, I could name a ton of music. Working for a Living, Heart of Rock and Roll, Heart and Soul, Is This It? If This Is It. Hip to Be Square. I Want a New Drug. One of my favorite songs. Great lyrics. And that's just off the top of my head, right? And ZZ Top, I'm having a harder time. There were two big Legs. It was Legs and Sharp Dressed Man were on heavy rotation on MTV. You just saw those videos over and over and over again. And they spin the guitar. So then, you see that reference in Back to the Future 3, which was fun. It was fun. But I still think, the first time they did it with Huey Lewis, it's not the same. It's the same joke the second time, so it doesn't have the same impact. It was still fun. I'm glad they did it. Yeah, there you go. Rick Lakes is saying Legs. Yeah, that was the one. Legs and Sharp Dressed Man over and over and over on MTV. And LaGrange I didn't like for a long time, and it kind of grew on me. Tush, I never liked that song. I don't know. Some of the country rock music, like Eagles, I'm not a big fan. Others, like Leonard Skinner, I like, and 38 Special, I like the best of that style, that country rock, southern rock. But being born and raised in Detroit, country music isn't something that people brag about listening to because everybody's, the culture there is mostly rock and roll, or it was in the 70s. Then it became hip hop, but hip hop and rap. But I would say that At no point was country music ever anything you wanted to admit to. What kind of music do you like? Oh, I like country. Get the rope. But there's some country music I liked as well. You know, Eddie Rabbitt, Driving My Life Away. I love A Rainy Night. Juice Newton, Queen of Hearts, Angel of the Morning. Charlie Daniels Band, Devil Went Down to Georgia. A fantastic song. It crosses over. I don't even consider that country. That's just great music is what that is. But it's fun to tease people back and forth. You know, there's just a little playful ribbing about, you know, music genre of choice. And, you know, who am I to talk? I'm a big fan of 80s synth pop. And a lot of people don't consider that to be as musically talented, you know, when the electronics are doing a lot of the work. But even Huey Lewis did some synth pop with that song, Bad is Bad. And they use a drum machine on that. And it was funny because he apologizes in concert. He goes, "Now I know you people are, you know, this is only one song. Bear with us. This is how we do it." And they just harmonize. I don't think they play any instruments. I think it's just all the band members harmonized to this a drum machine. It's pretty interesting to watch in concert. I'm going to try, I don't know, what RAM do I want? I've got, this looks pretty. We'll try the pretty RAM. Uh-oh, did I put that one in backwards? Whoopsie. Gotta go this way. This is why you won't see me apply any force until I verify that everything's seated properly. And then the minute I feel resistance, I stop and look at what's causing that resistance, because continuing to sort of push your way through the resistance will probably end up breaking something. So while I keep telling you over and over, building computers is very easy, and it is, just have to pay attention to those little details and don't force things. Christopher G says, I have to admit, I love Barbra Streisand. Look, there are certain artists that people will deny liking because they're afraid they're going to be judged for liking them. And yet their album sales are off the charts. So there's no way. It's like somebody said, Jim Gaffigan does a whole joke about how everybody talks about how terrible McDonald's is. And then if you get caught in McDonald's, like a friend of yours sees you in McDonald's, you're like, oh, I'm just waiting on a friend. I'm not here to eat. You know, in the meantime, McDonald's is selling billions of burgers. Somebody's buying them, but nobody's admitting to it. He's like, I'd rather be caught in an adult bookstore than caught in a McDonald's, the cultural ramifications of that. But Barbra Streisand and, you know, Elton John and Rod Stewart and Barry Manilow and Wayne Newton, you know, these are talented people, very, very talented people. I mean, I'm not a fan of Celine Dion, but I cannot deny her talent. She's an amazing singer. But in any event, it's funny how we would judge each other based on our music taste, isn't it? Like that somehow defines who you are. But, you know, record sales and album sales don't lie. All right, let me find the power button on here. Power LED is above, hard drive LED is below, power switch is below. So yesterday when I was taking these connectors off, I said they were in the wrong place. All the motherboards that I've worked on in the last few years, they all have the same front header on the motherboard, except this one. But maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Maybe the Z97s were like that. That's not normal, not our normal today, nor has it been our normal for many years. And so in that particular instance, you know how I say the front port wires, there's nothing to be intimidated by. It's always the same. If you go back to 2008, it's the same. Unless it's a mini ITX board. But even then it's the same. They just move the connector from here up over here by the power connector. Other than that, it's same wires in the same place, in the same order, in the same direction. But Asus, for one reason or another, did it completely different here. And I don't know if other manufacturers in this era did that as well, and I don't know how far back it goes. I never really gave it much thought. But there's a reminder that, you know, it's very important that even when I tell you it's always this way, it's coming from my perspective of the machines I'm working on. It's quite possible that you have something I just haven't seen, and it's laid out differently. So I'm inferring that I'm talking about the hardware that I see daily, monthly, yearly, and it's always, always, always the same. The minute you go to some other hardware that I'm not showing, I'm not speaking for all hardware. And I think people misunderstand, or they're missing that part of it. But overall and in general, any modern motherboard should, you know, if it's micro ATX or regular ATX, should have the same connector as they all have. This one is different. So now I'm questioning now, because obviously I've built these boards and I just don't remember that. But it was a long time ago, and I've slept many, many times since then. And I'm not as young as I used to be. So I have no memory of that layout. But yet, there it is mocking me. All right, let me grab an HDMI cable and some power. We'll see if this thing will post. Now, if it posts, that's good enough for me. That means this will go into a stack of future giveaways. When I have time, we can do some more giveaways with stuff like this. And this keeps it out of the garbage pail, you know, keeps it out of the recycle bin and gives it another life. For somebody who's not very demanding and perhaps just needs, like I mentioned, email, web browsing, basic computer use. Turn that on. Turn that on. Okay, light comes on. Lights are blinking. Fan isn't turning, but the lights are on. Let me go to an HDMI input and see if we get any video out of this, which so far we're not, but I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to bring this window down a little bit. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is a good sign. This is a really good sign. So we're posted, and I'm just kind of curious now what this processor, I had a really hard time looking at the processor. Yeah, right there it says it's a 4690K. So the board does work. Geez, are those RAM sticks 2 gigs a piece, or is one not working? They're probably 2 gigs a piece, because DDR3 capacities were smaller back then. Now we have a CPU fan error. Well, that explains why the CPU fan's not turning. Let's address that right now. It appears I might have not put the fan connector on correctly. And this is why I need to wear my glasses more. What I've done is I plugged the CPU fan into a non-fan header. There's 2 fan headers and a 3-pin header between them. This board is very different. I don't know what this 3-pin header is, but it's not a fan header. And the fan header below it is a CPU optional, a secondary fan. The white connector is my clue, because the fan header that I'm supposed to plug into is also white. Now I've plugged it into the right place. Now you don't have to worry about burning up your CPU from turning on the system and testing it. What you would worry about is if you left it that way and started installing the machine and running it on a regular basis, you'd probably start having heat issues real quick. And blue screens and all kinds of fun stuff will start. Now the fan is turning. Can I get a close-up of that? Is that going to work? Let me see. Is that? No, you can't really see anything from there, can you? Kinda. Go back to the HDMI and let's see what this says now. Much better. Well, so we're not getting the keyboard error anymore. And it takes us right into the BIOS. The BIOS version we see on this is BIOS version 1204, and our model number of a board is, yeah, those memory sticks as we see there listed are 2 gigs each, so it is seeing both of them. Motherboard model should be on here somewhere. Let's check and make sure that we have the latest BIOS. We can take care of that right now. So I'm going to minimize this for a minute and open up my browser here on the streamer. And I'll just type in Z97 Pro Asus. The first link that Google offers takes me right to the Asus website. And then I'm going to go to drivers and utilities. And I'm going to select BIOS and firmware. And I'm going to see what the latest BIOS released is. Now it's telling me the latest BIOS is 2203, released March 31st of 2016. And what did I say this was? $12.04. So according to the website, $12.04 wait a minute, is it 2104? Am I dyslexic? Take a look again. It clearly says BIOS version 1204, and yet the Asus website doesn't show a BIOS version 1204. Doesn't exist. So maybe I'm on the wrong board. Let me check. I'm on the wrong board. The first link I clicked on took me to Z97 Pro Gamer. That's the wrong board. Got to be precise. I just want a Z97 Pro. One of the ways you can tell if you're on the right board is to simply verify in the list of available BIOSes. The BIOS you currently have is somewhere in the list. Z97 Pro is right, the second link, it's right below it. Once again, back over to drivers and tools and over to BIOS and firmware. And as we look for the BIOS, the latest version is a beta. It's 3503, and it's from April 26th of 2018. It's much newer. Now, once again, I want to see all the previous BIOSes to see where 1204 falls. 1204 came out July 3rd of 2014. Then 1304 came out, 2012 came out, then version 2305, 2401, 2501, 2601, 2702, 3503. So how many new BIOSes is that from 1204? We skip that one. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 new BIOSes. I don't have to install anything but the newest one. Now, there are some exceptions on some motherboards, but they note that next to the download button, it'll say, before you install this BIOS, you must have this, at least this version or newer. Not this way. Most of the time, it's just you grab the latest, whatever the latest one is, and skip the other 7. We don't need those. All those are already included. They're, there's a word for that, concurrent. I can't think of the word, I'm sorry, but it's they're each BIOS is built as an extension of the one before it and contains the one before it in addition to the new changes. So that's why you don't have to do the interim BIOSes unless, as I mentioned, the website would state that you're usually going to encounter that with like AMD Ryzen boards in order to have compatibility with other RAM and other CPUs, because the technology hasn't matured to the level where Intel has. That's why there's that difference. But you'll still see that on some Intel boards too. But it's pretty rare on the Intel side and fairly common on the original AMD boards that came out on the Zen 1. But you can still see it on AMD boards today, depending on what new chips AMD releases and what compatibility they have. And then they adjust the BIOS to accommodate those future changes. sometimes. All right, so I've got my BIOS flash drive right here, and I'm going to go ahead and plug that into the streamer, and I'm just going to copy the BIOS file over real quickly, real quick like. First, I want to delete the wrong BIOS. I don't want to use that one. Then I'll extract the contents of the zip file I downloaded, which is just one file. This ASUS BIOS isn't confusing. There's just one file. And we're going to copy that single file onto this empty FAT32 formatted 2 gig flash drive. If it's NTFS or it's larger, an old system like this probably won't even see it. So having a small flash drive and format it in FAT32, more than likely, or just FAT, the BIOS will likely see it. If your BIOS is not recognizing your flash drive, it's probably because you don't have it formatted correctly. And usually there's some instructions that come with a BIOS that will specify this information, or you can Google it to find out. By using a small flash drive like a 2 gig flash drive, the default format is not going to be NTFS. It shouldn't be. So the default format should be fine. When you start using larger flash drives, 8 gigs and 16 gigs, or 32 gigs or 64 gigs, I don't even think you can format anything larger than 32 gigs in FAT32. So then you run into all kinds of confusion. So I love holding on to these old flash drives. That flash drive's been with me for years. And its whole life is dedicated to BIOS updates. That's all I use it for. So now that I've got the file copied over, I'm just going to reach over here and plug it into any of these USB ports over here. I'll use these right over here. And then give it a second to communicate with the board. We may have to restart, we may not. Let's find out by going back to the video output of this board, which is right here. Oh, you know what I didn't plug in? I didn't plug in a keyboard or mouse. I can't use this one because then I can't switch. So let me come over here and grab a keyboard and mouse. Yeah. Sometimes the simple things are the most elusive. Yeah, we're going to need a keyboard and mouse. Thought something was missing here. Once again, just give that a second to initialize. And now we'll go back over to HDMI and we'll take a look and see if, first of all, is my mouse working? No, it is not working. So that's going to require a reboot. No big deal. What I'm going to do here is we'll bring this down a little bit like that. I'm going to shut the machine off. I'll wait for this fan to stop spinning. Hit the power switch, power again, and now hit the power switch for the motherboard. Now it won't turn on with, and I've seen this happen, especially on these older boards. When you have a USB device. Some USB devices prevent a machine from booting. So maybe it's this one. Interesting. Well, it's not turning on at all. And this is what happens when you say, hey, I'm going to do something, it should only take a minute. Everything's running fine. Seems to be going exactly as it should. You make one little minor thing, one minor change that shouldn't affect it, and the board behaves completely differently. So I don't know why, but I did encounter this on older boards when USB devices were plugged in. And the way that I would remedy it back then is pull the power from the power supply, because a lot of times there's capacitors that are still holding on to a charge, and whatever is causing it to not boot, we want to completely drain all the power from it. We're going to try that one more time. Flip this back over, turn this on, and then try turning it on again. There it goes. Now we got a light, and the whole thing just shut off again. Now it's back on. The diagnostic LED has been running and turning on and turning off. but it looks like it's in some kind of a loop for some reason. And I'm going to let it do whatever it needs to do here. Be patient with it. It's trying. And you'll notice I didn't plug the USB devices back in. I'm just trying to get it back where it was before we go forward. And again, it took a while, but it got there. So what I'm going to try this time is I'm going to wait for it to get in the BIOS again. There it is. Turn it back off. Now all I'm going to do is plug the keyboard and mouse. I want to see which one of these USB devices it doesn't like. Now when I plug the keyboard and mouse in, the whole system just flashed, and it looks like it's trying to turn on, and all I did was plug the keyboard and mouse in, which is weird. But something's weird. Something is maybe shorting or grounding out and causing that power on. So I plugged in the BIOS flash drive now, and now let me see if my mouse works. It does. And let's go full screen so we can see that better. And let's go to take a look here. No, the whole thing locked up again. It's not moving anymore. That's interesting. Very interesting. So what I'm going to do right now is we're going to bring this over to the corner again. And we're going to shut it off here. I'm going to take one of the memory modules out. There, like I said, this memory's been sitting on a shelf for years, and it could be just a little bit flaky. Could be one or the other. We'll start with one. We'll see if that makes any difference at all. Try again. So we're right back to not starting. Seems to have happened when I plugged in this flash drive. Well, that's a puzzle, isn't it? That's why I love doing this stuff live. Sometimes when you describe problems to people, they may have an issue comprehending it or insist you've done something. Some people are suggesting it may be heat related. I don't think it'll be heat related. We haven't really done anything that should cause it to overheat, but it's possible. It's certainly possible. Could be heat related and we're just waiting for it to cool off before it turns back on. Let me just make sure the heat sink's on all the way. We'll just double check that all the posts are going through. Ah, the posts are not going through. There's this corner right here. Let's see if I can give you guys a better angle of this. I did have some problems seating this a few minutes ago, and I thought I pushed down every one of these towers, but this tower right here is not going through. So I would have to, Where did it go? Very interesting. I don't even see the alligator. Remember the one, the alligator part of it was busted off? I wonder if it's that corner. I wonder if there's something going on there. So we're going to take this off and do an inspection on that because it shouldn't be this difficult. Remember, when things get difficult, don't force them. That's when it requires you to slow down and start over again. Take a calm, steady approach. Once these are seated correctly, you will feel them recess into the board. I want to start on this corner right here, and then that corner, then this side, and then that side. Now we're through. Looks like we're all the way through. So very well, could have been a heat issue. Just like some of you said. Let's see if we get some juice this time. It is going to try and turn on once again. We'll turn on the HDMI input here in the corner and give it a minute to fire up. So appreciate your suggestions in the chat. And let's see what happens now. I'm just going to leave the one RAM stick in. Doesn't really matter at this point. Brandon Miller contributes $5. He says CPU is overheating and throttling at 90 degrees. Oh, you guys are seeing the CPU temp in the BIOS? Is that what you're doing? I wasn't even looking at it. Good eyes. Good eyes, guys. You caught that well. That's my community right there. Makes me proud. Make sure I haven't missed any other contributions here. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All right, hopefully this will start up in any moment, any day now. It's real struggling. Just waiting for it to start. It wants to start, it resets. And I don't know if it's just training with the new memory because the memory's changed when I popped it out, or if there's just something else going on. But at least the CPU heatsink is on correctly this time. So just be a little patient here and see what happens. There it goes. Or not, just stopped again. Come on, baby, you can do it. Did it give up? No, it's going to fire up again. It's turning on and off and on and off, and certainly by now it should have done something. I understand, the necessity for the machine to potentially want to turn on and off about 2-3 times before you do get that final post screen. That it may be upset I've removed one of the memory modules, so I may have just made the problem worse. I'm going to go ahead and turn the power supply back off, and I'll put this RAM module back in it. It just may require that to operate. One more time, let's see if we have any better luck this time. So we're back to no start at all. Nothing. So I'm going to take this first RAM module out. I still feel like it's something to do with the RAM. I'm not sure. There we go. Okay, I assume that's a training boot. Here we go again. Perfect. Okay, so there you go. We'll go back into the BIOS and we'll see if we can flash it this time. Let's run F1 and we'll get into the BIOS. And where are you guys seeing the CPU temperature at? Oh, there's motherboard temperatures 29. CPU temperature is right in front of my face. I have not been paying attention. I don't normally look at that. So once again, kudos in the chat room. You guys are doing a great job there. And the fan is now doing its job. Now, let me go to, what do I want to do? I'm going to put this BIOS flash drive back into it. And we'll give that a second. Sorry, I dropped my microphone. When I leaned on the desk, it pulled the cable down. So, apologize for that. We're going to go to, let's see, we want BIOS, so that's going to be advanced mode. And then we want to go to a tool right here, tool. And then we want the ASUS Easy Flash 2 utility. And that's our BIOS right there. Double click. You want to read it? Yes, I do. It says, do you really want to update to 3503? Yes, I do. And now we just sit and we wait. This was the old school way of flashing a BIOS, which I still prefer today, but you'll see that, you know, even in 2014, BIOS flashing was stable, not scary, but it would be easy for me to have, you know, tried to put the Z97 Pro BIOS on if I wasn't paying enough attention. What caught my attention was that my current BIOS was not in the list, and it's an easy check to do. Manufacturers typically don't share the same BIOS version numbers between motherboards. So if you're not seeing your current BIOS in the BIOS history on the website, you're probably looking at the wrong model of board. It's a little tip from your Uncle Kerry. So we're going to go through as this processes. This shouldn't take very long. And go ahead and let that flash. All kinds of things says that cooler is trash even if it should manage to handle that CPU. This is a complete lie. The CPU is manufactured, the CPU fan and heatsink are manufactured by the manufacturer of the CPU. Suggesting it's trash tells me you have no education in engineering and that you are quick to promote snobby, a snobbish mentality that if something's not expensive and fancy, in your mind it's trash. I don't have a lot of tolerance for that behavior, and I like to point it out to discourage people from behaving in that way. You know, if you choose to only eat caviar, that's your choice, but eating the Doritos won't kill you. Now, I'm living proof of that. And these coolers, well, they're not the best cooler. They are made by the manufacturer who made the CPU. And the manufacturer isn't going to include a cooler that is trash. But there are a lot of elite snobs that, you know, if something isn't super high end and really expensive, they spit on it. And I just think it's a disgusting attitude to display. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you should suggest to people, discourage people from that. You may not like Kentucky Fried Chicken, but that doesn't mean you should go out of your way to tell people not to eat there. What's in it for you to do that other than just trying to appear superior? So I'm not a fan of that behavior, and I'd appreciate not seeing that here. You're welcome to your own opinion, but let's not conflate that with facts. Now here we go. It looks like the BIOS is updated, and we'll take a look here at, let's go full screen on this. We can see it a little better. It says update successfully. We click OK. And the system will restart, and then we'll wait for the BIOS update to finish. It may not be done yet. So far, so good. And it says BIOS is updating. Remember I said it may not be done yet? There's your proof right there. That's why we don't want to shut everything down. We don't want to jump ahead. All you have to do is be patient when you're updating a BIOS, because it could restart several times. Depends on the model of the board. And if you interrupt it, that's when you cause a problem. So when you get back to a screen where it says there's no bootable device or it takes you back into the BIOS, that's how you know it's completed. So we'll hit F1, and now we should be back into the BIOS with our updated version in the upper left corner. And with that, we can take the flash drive out, and I can erase the file on it because I won't ever need that file again, and I want the flash drive empty for the next BIOS flash on whatever board that'll be next. The next thing I want to do, anytime you update a BIOS, you want to reset your BIOS defaults, or all kinds of weird things can happen. Not guaranteed, but it's just a good practice to, once again, we'll go full screen so you can see what I'm doing here. We want to go to the loading the BIOS defaults, which may be a setting at the bottom of the screen, or it may be a setting at the exit screen, depending on the make and model of the board you have. So here you'll notice it says default F5, but if we go to advanced mode, and then I go up here to exit, often there's a tool here to load optimize defaults. I want that, click OK, and then I want to save the changes and reset. And it says I haven't made any changes, but that's not always true. I've seen, for example, where M.2 drives ran at half speed after a BIOS update, load the defaults, it says you're not making any changes, and then run the speed test again, and the M.2 is back at full speed again. And we've done that live, and we've witnessed it here. So whether or not it's telling you you've made changes, just load the defaults, it won't hurt anything. We want to make sure XMP is disabled. It was enabled before, that might have been causing, sometimes when XMP is enabled, when you start the computer, it turns on and turns off twice. The first time it's testing the XMP, the second time I think it's verifying it, and then the third time it boots. And if you turn XMP off on a lot of boards, they boot faster because they don't have to keep verifying XMP. So even though you're turning on XMP to speed things up, it may actually be slowing your boot down. Something to pay attention to on your own rig. You might be impacted by that and not even realize it. My ASRock board at home started doing that the minute I turned XMP on. If I turn XMP off, it only cycles, I don't think it cycles at all when I turn it on, but when I turn the machine on, it doesn't cycle the power. But when I turn XMP on and then turn the machine on, it cycles the power twice before it boots. So it's, I don't know that all boards do that. I haven't had time to go through and check that out, but just be aware, and maybe if you want to play on your system to determine if it's slowing your boot down, it might be worth it, because you may be getting no benefit from XMP, especially on an Intel system. Barry Klein with a $10 contribution said, I'm a Linux guy, but needed a Windows license to support a client. I took advantage of the inexpensive Keylink and also bought the Uncle Carrie's Windows 10 Optimizer. And I wanted to send you $10 as a thank you for the savings in time. Thank you, Barry. That's what I'm getting at. Some people don't get it because they have nothing but time and they don't understand what's the big deal. But if you're busy and you have a lot of things to do, this is a great way to save some money and work really efficiently and be able to get more done. And you get it. That guy gets it. Thank you, Barry. Well, make sure you're blue in here. Is Barry blue? Well, you are now. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Don's Tech wants to know why there are so many sound plug ports on this motherboard. Some motherboards will have like a 7.1 surround sound. So you'll have a front center speaker, a left and a right front, a left and a right rear, and then even sometimes a subwoofer. That's the 0.1. So that's going to take care of 5 of those plugs. And then if is there 6? Sometimes there's 7. One is going to be a microphone input. One is going to be a line input. Sometimes, I was going to say sometimes those are shared, but they're not, because the microphone input is amplified and a line input isn't, or it's the other way around. I can't remember. But the idea is that if you want left and right, you're just going to plug in one plug. If you want left, right, and subwoofer, you can do 2.1. That's the 0.1 is the subwoofer. You can do 5.1, so that's a left and right behind you in addition to the left and right and sub. And then you can do 7.1, which I think is forward, middle, and rear, left and right, with a subwoofer and a center speaker. I don't know many people that have audio set up like that. It's a cabling nightmare in a room. If you wanted to set up a theater and you wanted speakers like a movie theater has, where your speakers up front, center speaker, subwoofer, side speakers, rear speakers, where do you put all the cables? You got to run them across the floor. You got to run them across the wall. If you want to run it wirelessly, you still have to give them power. If they're wireless, they need power. If they're not wireless, they often don't need power. The power is coming from the amplifier. So either way, you're running some cables, and that cable, the cabling rather, is why one of the primary reasons I do not like surround sound. First of all, I find it a little annoying. I don't mind it in a movie theater, but in a house, there's only one good spot in the house that you can sit to really be in the center sweet spot for the sound to hit you perfectly. So anybody else sitting around you isn't going to get the effect. So what I have found is I appreciate 2.1, which is a left, a right, and a subwoofer, and I turn it up loud. So if it's loud, it fills the room regardless. I don't need to hear what's going on back here in this, I'm watching a flat screen this way. I'm not in a hologram. What is that? I'm not in a holodeck, right? So this idea that by watching this flat screen over here that I can hear what's going on behind me doesn't put me in the scene. It just doesn't. For the most part, I would say it doesn't put me in the scene. There are some games where that might be beneficial to hear where things are in your audio space. Not many, but some. And there are some movies where that's helpful. Like I remember seeing the movie Top Gun and hearing the jets flying. I'm sitting in the theater facing this way at the screen, and I can hear the jets from behind me move forward and then over the screen. That worked. That worked well. And there were some scenes in Aliens, the second Alien movie, that the surround sound worked well. But I can't say movies like even Avatar or Star Wars or Back to the Future, surround sound was of any benefit whatsoever. But every once in a while, it does work. But overall, I don't need surround sound when I'm watching Jeopardy. You know what I mean? For most television, I'm watching the news, I don't need the surround sound on. It's not really doing much. But that's my personal preference, right? So when you have that many ports, that's typically what that's for. And the PDF manual, which you can download online, will explain exactly what that particular one does. I'm not sure, but that's pretty much what you can expect when you see those ports. Just think surround sound. There's Madi Yoel, contributes $10. He says, I have speakers under my mattress, 7 of them. I'm not going to ask why. They're all subwoofers. I can imagine being your neighbor. You live on the top floor. Hey, knock it off up there. What's going on up there? Vibrating the pictures off my walls. There's Madi again with $20. He says, Carrie, it's Madi. XMP 13 needs some work. Not sure what that means. Thank you, Madi. Barn Dweller says, does anyone have a link for sending money to Carrie via PayPal? I don't know if you're not seeing the video notes, but there's the way you can send money through PayPal would just go to paypal.me, me, like you and me, paypal.me/Carrie Holzman. That's the link. paypal.me/Carrie Holzman. Thank you. Yes, Sarge Tech says, Madi has a THX mattress. John Williams says, can this motherboard support Windows 11? Well, we've got it up and running. Let's take a look in the BIOS and see if the PTT option is in there. I don't know if the CPU had it or not. I'm going to guess no. You'd have to probably have a CPU 2 years newer than this, but there are some exceptions. So let's take a look. Let's go down to Well, first of all, let's make it big for you guys, because I just made it big for me and realized I didn't do it for you. So let's go full screen for you. And then let me go full screen for me. There we go. And then we'll hit F7 is going to take us to advanced mode. And let's just take a look at our options and see if the Intel PTT option is there. So none of this. That's all just stuff. Let's see, CPU configuration, it's not in there. It's not going to be a PCI Express thing. It's not going to be a Rapid Start thing. It's not a Smart Connect thing. This is all storage related stuff, so it should not be in here. I don't see it in here. Graphics and DMI. Memory config. It's not USB. Platform. I don't see it here. I mean, a quick Google search would probably be faster than what I'm doing, but you know me. I like personal experience over information online. Yeah, it's not there. It's definitely not going to be there, and it's definitely not going to be in here. So I'm going to say no. I don't see it anywhere. That's just sensors. It's got secure boot. And then these are just tools. Favorites, it's not going to be in favorites, and it's not going to be under main. It's never under main. Well, let's look under security. No, that's just for passwords. The AI tweaker isn't going to be there. That's overclocking stuff. So we're not going to find it in here. If it was going to have it, it would probably be here under advanced, I would guess. And I would have thought it'd be under platform miscellaneous. That's where I would have put it. And it's not in there. So it looks like the answer is no, it is not Windows 11 compliant. But nor should it be, to be honest. All right, I think we're good here. I'm going to go ahead and shut this back off, and then we'll go back to my other screen here. There we go. So I got it all powered down. I've gone as far as I needed to go with this. I think this can be used in a giveaway in the future. It's definitely not a recycle issue. So what I'm going to do right now is just disconnect everything and put it aside so I can get back to work. I just needed to know what to do with this before. I had no, which pile does it go in? Now I know. I can safely put it in the reuse pile. We're good. Sarge Tech says, Dr. Carey has given it a clean bill of health. I'm not going that far. What I'm saying is, from a reasonable investigation, that's deeper than a casual glance. Since the customer really didn't provide much information to me about this, I don't think they remembered a whole lot about it. And even if they did, I'd still want to verify nothing happened in shipping. So it's worthy of being put away, and when time permits, to have, to set this back out, find a cooler, because we won't use a stock cooler on it. They're just too loud. It'll cool fine, it's just too loud. So we'll put some cheaper air cooler on there just to reduce some noise. And like I said, I have plenty of DDR3, that's no problem. We could put a slow M.2 in here. and then load Windows 10 on it. And if everything works well, then it can go into a case with a power supply and be given away. So that'll be work for another day. But if the machine wouldn't post, and I tried, if it didn't post, I would have tried other RAM modules. And after a certain amount of time, I would have thrown in the towel and said, recycle bin. So it's not, all I can tell you, I can't tell you it's healthy, but it's not dead. That's all I'm committing to at this point. So I have a special place for this now, since I now know where it's going to go. And we'll put that right there. No, I don't want to put it there. Hold on a minute. All my spare boards are starting to build up. I'll put it over here. Good enough. Well, that was fun. Let's see. $5 comes in from Michael Fogelstead, and he says, have some Gatorade on me. Thanks, Michael. I see a big email here from Charlie asking for support. We'll get to that another day. Dottie's Wild Bird and Pet sent you $10. Just a little something for whatever you want to use it for. Thank you. Thank you, Dottie's Wild Bird and Pet. I'm not sure who you are, but I appreciate your support. And I just wanted to check. So far, just the one email's come in with a support question. Thanks, guys, for, again, supporting the show. And Michael Dane, he's the man. He's home from the hospital in his own bed. I bet that feels good to be home, doesn't it? Welcome back home, Michael. Good to be home, I bet. Michael contributes $5. Heal well, my friend. Heal quickly. I'm going to go put these back with my DDR3. We'll revisit that at some future date when I'm caught up. All right. So next, what am I doing next? Let's see. What to do. So much to do. It's going to be a very interesting show today. I'm going to try and move through a lot of things. And this little 5-minute thing has taken me an hour and a half. All right. We ain't exactly off to a running start, but it takes what it takes. When's it going to be done? When it's done. Master Singleton contributes $2.54 Australian. Oh, that must be from Master Singleton. He says that email question is for a future live stream. Right on. Thank you. All right, let's see now. Where are we at? Somebody mentions the sound is off. Did the sound drop again? If the sound dropped again, that's the capture card. Let me unplug and replug and see if that fixes it. Hold on a second, guys. Let me know. We're going to lose video and audio for a second. Check 1, 2. Did the sound come back? Is it normal? Did it make any difference? Ed says the sound was fine. The sound never dropped. Okay. Appreciate it. We'll just keep an eye on it. Again, I'm still not sure if we've resolved it or not, so I'm kind of got a little PTSD on those sound warnings. All right, what do I want to do? Gosh, I've got so much to do. I've got to prep a board. I've got to prep 2 boards for 2 clients, and I have this new system in for repair. The story on this one, and don't mind me, I'm going to step off camera where I take it out of the box. Again, everything's unscripted and live here, so I don't know what I'm about to encounter. But the story is, a customer reaches out to me and says, you know, I did your 8-year build, followed your parts advice and build advice, and I can't get it to post. Won't turn on. Now, the thing about my videos is sometimes people don't pay attention to the details. Sometimes people do things incorrectly. Sometimes people get bad parts. Sometimes people leave a connector off. Sometimes people don't push connectors all the way in. And I thought this is probably going to be very simple. But this person's all the way out in South Dakota. So it's not like I can just pop over there and spend 5 minutes. So I said, you know, if you want to send it to me, I'm happy to look at it. You know, the whole point of building it yourself is to get the learning experience that if it doesn't work, you figure it out on your own. But I understand if you reach a point of frustration or you can't be bothered and you're just like, hey, I'm more than happy to pay for it if you'll look at it. And I'm saying, hey, I'm more than happy to look at it if you want to pay the shipping here. So, I mean, I never spoke to this person before in my life. They were a random viewer that decided to watch my videos. And in most cases, when this happens, I can't help that person remotely because they can't describe to me what they're seeing that's not right, or otherwise they'd have fixed it, right? So like right off the bat, I see something wrong already. Can you imagine what I'm seeing right now? And it's something I warn you guys about over and over and over again. And now if I see that is already wrong, I'm wondering what else they didn't do correctly, but it's also making me excited that this is going to be something easy. I love simple problems. I've had people apologize when they ask me a question that I'm able to answer right away and immediately solve their problem. They say, I'm sorry for bothering you over something so trivial and I should have known better. And I say, well, don't apologize for that. I love those problems. Those problems make me feel smart. They make me feel helpful. They make me feel good. It's the difficult problems. Those are the ones you should apologize for, the ones that frustrate me and puzzle me. The truth is, though, those are the problems that keep me interested in this business. If everything was always easy, I'd be bored of it. So I already see one bad thing here, and that's going to require pulling the board out. AJ Havercap says, is it the I/O shield? It is. The grounding strap on the I/O shield is folded down and covering one of the ports. So again, building computers, very, very easy, but you've got to pay attention to the details. That's, if there's any hard part about building a computer, I suppose it's just paying attention to the details. And if you're in a hurry, you're anxious, or maybe you're so nervous that you're not watching those details, that's when it's time to say, okay, it's not working. Let's start taking it apart and start over again. Now, as you can see, I'm doing this total unboxing live. I have no idea what's in here. No idea what this person just sent me. However, it looks like it arrived in good shape. They shipped it in the case box. This is a Corsair 4000D, and I advised them to take it to FedEx and let FedEx pack it. And he said FedEx told me it was fine in the box it was in. So, okay. And here's what we have. I don't know why this panel is on upside down. You can see it's a brand new system. He's never even peeled the plastic off the glass here. And this one looks like he's got a Hyper 212 on there. So he's not really following my build guide, is he? Sometimes people say that. They're like, I built it using your parts. Well, I don't recommend that cooler, so you didn't use my parts, but maybe you used some of my parts. So sometimes the customers, they have a version of what they did that they think is close enough, but it's the details that matter. Now, I'm not saying that's a problem, but I am saying it's a diversion from I built your $600 or your 8-year build. That's not my 8-year build. I don't use that on an 8-year build. But let's see what else he used. Hopefully everything else is okay. We'll get that panel removed here. Now, as you can see in shipping, we have a fan that's busted off. See that? And when this fan broke off, it swung around in here through the shipping. It's just like this and slapped up against all these components. Now, he did use the T-Force RAM. This is good RAM. I think Newegg's got a sale on this T-Force RAM. 2 sticks, 16 gigs each, 3200 speed, for a total of 32 gigs for $94.99. I think that's today only at Newegg. So that's good RAM. The motherboard he's using is a, I don't know what. It's a gigabyte board. So this was the cooler that went on to the heatsink, in case you were wondering. What board is this? This is a gigabyte 11th generation socket 1200 something. Where's the model? I don't know. Do not know. He's got a Samsung 980 Pro. That's a great solid state drive. Good choice there. I don't use this case, but I don't care about the case. That's not relevant. You pick whatever case you want. He's got the EVGA 500 watt power supply. So yeah, it looks like he did do the build correctly. I would not have used this cooler though. But he says when he built it, it just doesn't post. Now, a lot of times when I get these, the power connector or the 8-pin power connector are not hooked up correctly. Sometimes the RAM's not seated or in the right sockets. On gigabyte boards, it doesn't matter. But this is on there good. This one's on there good. We can put this fan right back on here. Yeah, he's very lucky that that didn't take out his RAM. And then let's see, he's got that correct. Interesting choice on the front port umbilicals here. He has decided to put the power connector over to the right, power LED rather, over to the right, which is fine, but that's not the way I do it, and it's not the way I show it. So he's not following my details. I don't think it really matters, but if you're gonna say you followed my instruction, then I expect it to look like I built it myself. He's missing screws here and here on the motherboard. He's got a screw here, which shouldn't be here. He's got a screw here, and he's got one here, and he's got the 3 on the top. So he did not move the standoffs. Out of the box, this is ready for an ATX motherboard. He's got a micro ATX motherboard. And in the video where I use what may be this board, I mention how you have to align the standoffs. And I'll tell you what I think is happening. I think he has put this board down on top of the standoff, something I warn you guys about constantly to be on the lookout for. It's really easy to build a computer if you just watch those little details. So if he failed to put the standoffs into the proper position, that means the other standoffs that were there were probably still there, hidden behind the motherboard, grounding and shorting it out. So it's something very, very simple to correct, but it's also something that can cause permanent damage to the board that would take you out of warranty. So, and I can't emphasize this enough, and I'm trying to find the right words to describe it, but if you just pay attention to the details, the work is easy. It's not hard work, and it doesn't require a whole lot of thinking. It's just, does this metal piece align with the hole? And if you have a hole with no metal piece behind it, correct that. Don't keep moving forward as though that doesn't matter. It does matter. And although I don't recommend this cooler on this build, there's no harm in it. I wouldn't have made that choice. You know, if I'd have spent that kind of money, I'd have spent the extra 20 bucks that this costs on a Mugen 5. But that's just my personal preference. If I was building something really inexpensive and it didn't have a lot of value, then I'd buy a really inexpensive cooler for it. So I wouldn't have mixed, you know, a decent brand new computer, 11th gen, you know, with the cheapest cooler I could find. That was a Tower Air cooler. But that's just me. That's my preference, right? So this is what we're dealing with here. Now, I think there's going to be some standoffs that are hitting the back of the board, and there's missing standoffs here and here that need to be installed in order to secure this board. It's just very, very, I don't know how well you can see that. It's got a lot of movement there. And I don't know how he got a screw in the middle. That should be just a metal post. I don't even know how he did that. So maybe this case is a little different than what I'm accustomed to, but I would think all the Corsair cases are the same in that regard. But let's go ahead and just start pulling off these cables. And what's interesting is he's missing one of the, he doesn't have a hard drive LED. So he did okay hooking up the front port, but I would have kept them together for looks, you know, to separate your power over to the right. He might have had a reason for that. That was maybe easier for him to reach or see. But because this has a big glass panel, that really makes your wires stand out more. And the idea is to keep them hidden. He did not hook up the front fan, which I advise leave that unhooked unless you have a graphics card to cool. Otherwise, it's just bringing in more dust and dirt, creating more noise. Keep it as a spare for when this one goes out, and it will go out sooner or later. So we'll go ahead and disconnect the rear fan and the 8-pin CPU power connector up here, as well as our audio cable here. And now the board, once I take the screws out, the board should come right out. It has to come out anyway, because right here, as you can see, the grounding strap, see if I can zoom in for you here. This grounding strap right here shouldn't be visible. This needs to be folded up and resting on top, so you can't even access this port. And if this grounding strap is touching the connectors inside, that would prevent your system from booting, because that is also a potential short circuit happening right there. So those are things to watch. Little teeny tiny details, incredibly simple stuff, but it does require a certain level of attention to detail, right? Doesn't require a certain education or a certain skill set. It's just watching the details. Now, I'm going to go ahead and lay the case flat. And we're going to take this board out and fire it up outside of the case, or make that attempt anyway. Oops. Magnet was really strong. All right. Okay. Good. Well, that heat sink's in the way. I'm checking the screws to make sure he's using all the correct screws. We're good there. So far, so good. That one's missing. That one's missing. And that one, I don't even know how the heck he got one in there. You hear the tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat? That's the standoff coming off with the screw. So that's stripped out or cross-threaded. If I can, oh, I still have the one by the heatsink to take out. And that's going to take a really long, narrow driver. I've got my scythe driver here that should do the trick. It is a tight fit. I think I can get it. I think I can. I think I can. All right, so we only have 5 screws when we should have had 7. Actually, we have 6 screws when we should have had 7. This one shouldn't even be here, I think. It's very weird that he put that there. Let's see, that's out. So this whole thing should lift out. There's nothing else holding it in that I can see. So in theory, should be able to, yeah, there we go. Take that right out of there. We're going to bend that little grounding strap up right now. And then the standoff over here. Oh, I think he's, yeah, this is not ideal here. This, I'll get you a little close up of this, but he's, you're not supposed to put a screw in this standoff right here. You can see it's got like a little chrome lip on it there. That's just supposed to help you center the board. I still don't like how thick this back plate is on these Hyper 212s. But whatever. Let's put that there. Let's set this aside, get it out of the way. Now to get that screw removed from the standoff, I'm going to use these are pliers. They're called Engineer brand from Japan. Boy, Japan has some amazing tools, guys. There's a competitor to this. They're called VAM pliers. And a little pair of VAM pliers about this size will run you about $35. But you'll have these your whole life. They won't break. And these are also great if you've got a screw that's stripped out. These pliers are designed to be able to grab the head of like a pan round screw, grab it and twist it out by hand. But they also work as pliers for gripping things. And so that's what we're going to do is we're going to grip the standoff here. Right, we'll set that down. And I'll still use my cordless driver. This is much easier with 2 people. But basically one person would unscrew the screw while the other person holds this piece. And you just need something that's going to hold it where it's not going to slip and start rounding the edges. And these pliers do exactly that. They grip really well. They will not slip. So now we have all the screws removed. That shouldn't even have a hole on top of it. So I can understand confusion of using that, but yeah, we'll figure that out. All these tools are in my Amazon shop. If you go to amazon.com/shop, you know, like you're going shopping, shop, S-H-O-P. So amazon.com/ that's the one under the question mark, / so amazon.com/shop/ Kerry Holzman. And there you'll see a number of stores I have. One of them is all the parts and things, parts and equipment I use in my videos. That includes my tools and even the bags of screws and the HDMI cables. All of it is there if you're curious and you want to buy the same tools or equipment that I have. All right, so how we doing in the chat? Everything's good. 661 people watching live right now. Welcome in, guys. Glad you're hanging out with us. You'll find we have an amazing community if you're new here. and that if you exhibit any form of hostilities, you won't like this place very much because you get booted out real quick. But if you're a nice person, if you're just a genuine person, you're all welcome. You're all welcome. Come on in, say hello. Maybe you're just watching and you don't chat. Pop in, say hello. Everybody's welcome here unless you're a jerk. Once you identify as a jerk, we have plenty of mods that'll take you right out. So you won't last long, and it's definitely not as fun being a jerk, because when you're a member here, the fun continues day after day, week after week, month after month. You make some amazing friends here. But if you want to be a jerk and you have that 10 seconds of wasn't that fun, don't let me get in your way. The mods will take care of it. So thank you, mods, for helping us keep anybody from poisoning the well. I appreciate that. It's a weird line of reasoning for anybody to do it. There's so much more benefit to being a part of the community here. It's way, way more fun, and the fun lasts a lot longer. Now, let's put a power supply on this thing now that we have it out of here. Just want to inspect the bottom of it and make sure everything looks good there. I'm not going to use his power supply. I'll use mine just as a control, because, you know, at this point, I don't know what's wrong. I'm just making guesses based on what I'm seeing. It's possible with a bad power supply that even the way this was installed, it would have booted. I mean, you'd be surprised how wrong you can build a computer and have it work. And I think that's what upsets people when they watch a build being done wrong, is they fail to realize that that system may still function even though it wasn't built correctly. And the person who built it may never know. It may not be running at peak performance, but it's still a new computer and it's still probably faster than whatever they had. So they're blissfully ignorant that they built it wrong. But it's no reason to get upset. You know, certainly if you want to help somebody, say, hey, listen, I think the right approach would be, you know, you did most of it right. I wouldn't say you're an idiot. I'd just say, hey, you know, kudos to you. You did most of it right. But if you adjust this and you adjust that, I think you'll find the computer performs a lot better. But, you know, it's your machine, and I hope you enjoy it. I think that's the right approach to take. If somebody's giving out dangerous advice where somebody can get hurt, that's a different story. But I've had computers roll in here and well, not here, but, you know, in the shop, where you look at them and you're like, there's no way this could work. Everything is completely wrong. And you turn it on and the thing works. It doesn't work well. That's the reason why it's been brought to the shop. But the fact that it powers on and works shows you just how tolerant the consumer level electronics are. Now, if you're in a research and development lab over at MIT or Boston Dynamics or something, this kind of tolerance is not in those kind of labs. This kind of tolerance is in consumer electronics, and it's important you remember at all times, when we deal with consumer electronics, they can handle an awful lot of abuse, and they can even work when they shouldn't, because they're designed in such a way to have a lot of fault tolerance built into them. So it doesn't have to be perfect. If it is perfect, it will perform at its optimum capacity, its optimum cooling, and its optimum reliability. But like I said, I've seen machines roll in running at half speed. You know, especially some of the old AMD Athlons where you had to go into the BIOS and manually select the processor. It didn't automatically detect it. And if a builder never did that, then they're running at a quarter or a half of whatever that potential speed was, and you make that BIOS change and that system's like a whole new computer. The customer's like, oh my gosh, how did you do that? I pushed 2 buttons. So a lot of things have been made easier since then with the automation. However, you know, same with power supplies that had the switch for 115 volts or 220 volts. Sometimes those switches got moved, systems wouldn't boot, they come in for repair, you move the switch back for them. They're like, you know, was that easy? It was that easy. and it didn't hurt anything. Sometimes it can, but a lot of times it just move it back and it's fine. But that's all automated now. These auto sense voltages, the auto sense CPUs now. So a lot of that kind of mistake has gone away with the evolution of the technology. But again, in the consumer space, you start working research and development over at MIT, you have to set every little thing by hand. And if one little thing is wrong, not going to work. So we've got the power supply hooked up. Let's grab a power cable. We'll plug in HDMI. Let's see if we can get this thing to post. Right now, everything is suspect. Could it be the motherboard? Could it be the solid state drive? Could it be the power supply? Could it be the RAM? Take your guess. Maybe it was just grounded into the case incorrectly. What do you guys think? Be brave. Take a guess. I don't have a problem with people guessing as long as they say I'm guessing, right? My guess would be, what I have a problem with is people stating, this is the problem, as though they know. And they're falsely giving out information to people. So, I don't mind guessing, as long as you identify and say, hey, my guess is this. Or maybe it's this. The word maybe is critical. Somebody says, it's definitely this, and they're not here, they're not seeing it, they're not in front of it, they don't know what's going on. Unless, of course, it's on fire. Yeah, the problem is it's on fire. Okay, thanks. But play along, it's fun. Maybe you'll be right, maybe you'll guess correctly. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hook the HDMI cable up to it, and then we can try it out. Oh, I need power for the power supply, don't I? Running into all kinds of problems here. Let's go here. And let's go here. That's perfect. We'll flip the switch on. And I'm going to hit the power button here. Fan is turning. Okay, so that's a good sign. We'll come over here and we'll turn the HDMI output on so you guys can see. And I'll make it a little smaller because we don't need to be staring at that the whole time. And let's give it a minute. See what it does here. I'm noticing I'm going to turn this off for a second. This connector, this 8-pin CPU connector, I don't quite have the right side all the way down. Now it's all the way down. Let's try it again. The fact that the board turns on and off with the power switch is a good sign. It's typically, it's a good sign that the board is okay. Not a guarantee. But a lot of times when the board will turn on like this, it acknowledges the power button. We have a RAM or a CPU problem in most cases. It's dead quiet. You wouldn't even know this thing was on. And apparently it doesn't know it's on either. So whatever the problem is, it doesn't appear to be related to grounding in the case, nor does it appear to be the power supply, because we have a completely different power supply and we're out of the case and we have the same symptom, right? So those items can be taken out of the equation. Case is out of the equation, even though it wasn't right. Remember what I said, these things will still work. You'd be surprised how much you can do wrong and these things will still work. So it's clear it's not going to do anything right now. I'm going to turn this back off, wait for this fan to stop. And the first thing I'm going to do is go for the RAM, because that's easy. Just reach out, and the RAM he's got here is the RAM I recommend. It's the RAM I use myself. I just don't know what capacity. This looks like 16 gig, 3200 speed from Team Group. And I don't know that the RAM is seated well. So what I'm going to do, first of all, is I'm going to reseat the RAM. There's one there and one there. And then we'll do the same thing here on the other side. The RAM is in the correct sockets. He did that correctly. So credit where credit is due. There, one there. Switch back on. Fire it back up. See if we have any joy. Give it about 90 seconds. Is there a CPU under the heatsink? That's a fair question. I'm assuming there is. It's possible there isn't one. You can't really tell. It's really hard to tell. I'd have to take the heatsink off to look. But so far, we're not getting any post whatsoever. So what I would do next, before I go looking, I'm assuming that there's a CPU on there. And I'm assuming the CPU is not an F series CPU. But what I'm going to do is just go, I'm still working on the RAM right now. You guys are getting a little ahead of me. So I turn the power supply back off, and I'm just going to remove one RAM module. Sometimes one RAM module can cause this very symptom. And we'll leave one in. We'll try and turn it on again. Patrick's recommending I clear the BIOS. That's not a bad idea, but I'm not quite there yet. It's a good suggestion. I'm going to wait here for just a second just to make sure that we're still not making any progress. And we'll shut this back off. I'm going to pull the remaining module out because this could be the one that's bad. And we'll put this one in its place. Sometimes with one RAM module, you have to use a certain socket. I'm guessing right now. So I could be spinning my wheels here for no reason, but we'll see if we have any results from this. Morton Mott says it's an i5 per the customer. Okay. Rick says the owner of the computer is in the chat. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't really been paying attention to the chat. It's moving pretty quickly here with this many people in, but oh, there he is. There's Rod. Rod says, I hope he can get it to post. Oh, I will. That's going to happen, Rod. It will happen. I'm not sure what I have to do to get it there. However, we know it's not your power supply. We know it wasn't the issue with it installed in the case the way that you did that. And he says it never posted. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove the heatsink off of here. I'm going to take this Cooler Master off. Oh wait, you know what? Before I do that, let me put the RAM back in, and let's go ahead and clear the BIOS before I get too crazy. Try and do the easiest things first. A lot of problems like this, you'd be surprised just how easy they are to solve. Like once we get to what the problem is, we'll go, oh, well, that was easy. You watch. Whatever it is, it'll be easy. And then to clear the BIOS on this, what do we do? Clear CMOS is right there. I have a jumper for that. Where'd I put my jumper? Put it in here. I brought jumpers from Studio A, and I put them in the bag with the plastic standoffs for just such an occasion. Just a little plastic jumper here. And we'll jump this right here. Clear CMOS. And did I cut power? Yeah, cut power. Let that sit on there for a few seconds. Get the styrofoam out of my way. And that should be good enough. Take that back off. Over there. There. Back on one more time. Almost 700 people in the chat joining us. Welcome in, everybody. Good to see everybody in the chat hanging out and sharing this experience. Diagnostic and repair of computers is it's a very logical process, and it's a process of elimination. What we're doing is we're taking away things that we know are not broken. And what we should be left with as we whittle down is what is broken. So for example, with a different power supply and outside of the case, the system's exhibiting the same symptoms, we know it's not power supply or case mounting related. By moving the RAM around, it seems unlikely that we have a RAM issue, though the RAM could be entirely incompatible. That would be a new one. The fact that the board is reacting to the power switch, turning on and turning off. Does it turn off? It's not turning off. So it's having a problem initializing on the post. Now, some folks would say hook a speaker up to it and listen to the beeps. And the reason I don't do that is because a lot of times those beeps will send you right down the wrong path. So I'd rather just continue the regular diagnostic of removing one component at a time and replacing components as need be until we find which one is bad. It's a little like part swapping, but the difference is a seasoned professional technician will generally be able to identify the wrong part faster and will have an inventory of parts to swap out so it's not at the customer's expense. This heatsink's really damaged, and it's probably from the shipping. It got really bent up. Let's go ahead and remove that, and let's verify that we don't have an F CPU. If there is an F CPU, then it will require a graphics card and nothing is wrong at all. Good application of thermal paste here. This is way too loose. Look at that. That is not good. Not good. That should not wiggle. So these are not tightened down properly. But that wouldn't prevent the system from booting. Like I said, we could boot this theoretically without any heatsink at all. We wouldn't want to keep it that way, but we certainly could do it. I'm going to grab a paper towel, and we're going to wipe this thermal compound off of here and see what's lurking underneath. So you're right on the edge of a little much there, but that's okay. I've seen a lot worse than that, and I'd say it's acceptable. And let's make sure the CPU, wow, this is not good. Yeah, this is not installed correctly. Make sure the CPU is seated down all the way and that there's no damaged pins underneath. I'm going to take these brackets off. They need to come off. They're not installed right. Looks like an i5 11600K. It's a great chip. I was just testing some of those yesterday. Whoa! What is going on there? Did you see that? I think these are the wrong. I don't know. I think those are wrong. See how loose these are? These should not be loose like that. That is way too loose. I would imagine those must be the right standoffs, so that heatsink wouldn't have gone on at all. But they're not tight enough. Those need to be really, really tight. We have a bent pin in the socket. and there's thermal compound all over this. I'll bring it up to the camera and show you here. So the thermal compound is fine. It's a little generous, a little bit generous, but it's kind of getting all over everything, and I want to clean it up before I'm seeing if I can get you a view of this. There you go. So the CPU I think is fine, but I do see a bent pin in the socket, and I want to clean this thermal compound out because it's getting all over, and I want to address that right now. Ugh. Put that right there. Just trying to get this stuff off my fingers. Once it's on my fingers, it'll be on everything I touch. So that's why it's really important to get that stuff cleaned up. I'm afraid of leaving it on the desk. Still have a little bit more on there. Good. And I'll clean it with rubbing alcohol later, but for right now, shouldn't be leaving it all over. Even that just got some more on my fingers. Get that stuff off of there. All right. All right, now I got to look at this pin that's damaged. So let's move this out of the way. And get my fire. Yeah, so there's one pin that's damaged in the socket right here. It'd be very difficult for me to show you, but let me see what I can do to get you guys a view of that. How can I do that? Let me see if we can do this. I'll take this and let's take off the HDMI for a minute. Plug this in over here. And let's go to the wireless camera and see if I can't get you a close-up of what's going on here. Let's see, turn this on, open this up, turn that on. Let's see what we can do. Step around. These things should synchronize, this transmitter should synchronize over here in just a minute. And we'll know when we get some video. I think it's coming. There it is. All right. Can you identify, let's go full screen on this. Can you see it? One of these things is not like the other. Can you see it now? That's probably the cause of the problem right there. Does everybody see that? Top left corner of your screen? that one pin out of 1,100, 1,200 pins there, that's probably what our culprit is. At this point, that's the only thing I'm seeing wrong that would result in that symptom. So now the trick for me, hold on, let me go back to camera one. The trick for me now is to straighten that pin without breaking it. A bent pin is not a warranty issue. They're saying, hey, we didn't send it to you like that, so they won't warranty that. Unplug this and we'll plug the HDMI back in there, like so. And now this is when my job gets to be, you gotta have a steady hand. You've got other people's equipment, and we're trying to do a very delicate repair. And to do this, we're dealing with extraordinarily tiny little parts here. Let me get this thing out of here. I need my magnifier, and I need a very sharp, pointy tool. And then this is when I get real quiet. Well, the end of the pin is broken off, then that's what holds it in place. But we might still be able to save it. It's pretty close. Pretty close. Might be close enough, might not be. We could just try. Let's see if we have better luck. This little rubber cap that goes on the end of this, it's very, very sharp, so you definitely want to put it
back in this little sheath there. Let's put the CPU back in here. It does have built-in graphics, so that's not a concern. It still looks pretty rough. We'll use the heatsink again. Good old reliable. Good thing I had this trash lying around, or I'd be spending a lot of time and money on a more expensive heatsink, only to have to all take it back apart again if it doesn't work. So lucky for me, I had this piece of trash. This corner isn't going in. We're coming through? Yes. Okay. Okay. Turn it back on the HDMI input, and we'll bring the screen down a little bit here to the corner, and we're gonna hit the switch and turn it on. See what happens. Sounds like it wants to boot. It's close, but apparently it's still not booting. But I think we're looking in the right place for that. Sound level went low again, huh? Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, it is low, isn't it? Oh, might be a capture card then. If that's the case, let me unplug this cable and try that again, see if that fixes my sound. Check 1, 2. It's still looking low. Oh, the volume. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. See if that works any better. This isn't posting. By now it should have done it. We'll turn that off. Take the heatsink back off, and we'll take another look at pins. I didn't notice any others, but I will check where you guys are telling me. You know, you guys are watching this on, you could be watching this on a big screen. I get to see a small screen within another screen, so I don't get the full screen like you guys do. So you might have a sharper image of it than I do, which I think is kind of funny. I also may not have straightened that other one out enough. because I definitely can still see it. It stands out pretty obviously. Chip looks okay. Let's take another look in here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other bent pins, guys. I just see that one. Someone was mentioning a top right corner. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah, let me just, that was a tough one to see. Get this out of my way. Yeah, it looks like you guys got a sharp eye. All right, let me just try that. I'll tell you, that one damaged pin sticks out so badly, but the other one didn't look anywhere near as bad. But they're very delicate, and if they touch each other or they're not aligned, then they won't make contact with the landings under the CPU, and who knows what'll happen. You know, there's a lot of pins under there. I don't know what each one does. Some of them may be grounding pins and they could bend and it wouldn't matter, and others are critical data or power pathways. On. Switch. Power. Here we go. Am I plugged into the capture card correctly? I should be. Yeah, I thought I did. Yeah, I'm plugged in. I mean, I can unplug it and plug it back in again. You also want to make sure that we're plugged all the way in on the motherboard too. Sometimes I don't push these all the way in. They're definitely in there. And still no post. It's very interesting. This one's interesting. All right, we're going to go ahead and shut it back off. And before I do anything else, I'm going to remove a RAM module here. I'm going to set this RAM aside. I'm going to use this RAM right here. It's very interesting. It doesn't seem to be RAM related, so that's a good sign. The only thing I'm noticing that's bad here are those damaged CPU pins, CPU socket pins. I'm going to take that RAM back out, and we can check the status of this battery. It'd be pretty unusual to get a brand new motherboard with a bad battery, but you know, anything's possible, and until we test it, it's suspect until verified. And again, usually problems like this are have very simple solutions in my experience. Sometimes the solution is staring you in the face and it just takes you a while to see it. There's our battery. Let's put this on a battery tester and see what it reads. Yeah, where's my battery tester at? Ugh. Let's see here. I'm sure I left it down here. There it is. Let's take a look and see how it reads. I'm sure it's fine. I bet you it's fully charged, and let's see what it says here. Yeah, it's fully charged. No battery problem. Battery's fine. Battery's good. I'm going to take the M.2 drive out of it, even though that shouldn't be causing a non-boot situation. We just don't know until we remove all our suspects here. Probably, our issue's probably right in that socket, I'm guessing, the CPU socket. But, again, a good technician checks everything and assumes nothing. It's okay to assume, right, when you start your diagnostic. You start with what you assume is the right place to start. But when you have to keep moving forward from there, then everything starts becoming suspect, and everything needs to be checked and validated. Here we go again. I'll tell you what's interesting is you hear the CPU fan spin up at full speed and then it slows down. And that's usually what motherboards do right before they post. So I'm expecting something to happen and we're not getting anywhere. So I still think we're into the CPU socket. There's something that's just not quite right there. Bob Connor says, I think Rod said it was not brand new, but came from Amazon warehouse. Oh, all right. Well, then Rod may not have bent the pins. That might have been done by the previous owner. Yeah, I've got to be careful about that. Sometimes I make accusations. I really don't mean to make them, right? But I'm basing it on information I have. I mean to say somebody bent those pins. They didn't come from the factory like that. But it may have come from Amazon like that if he bought a return board. That's possible. I don't recommend people buying return boards unless you're an experienced technician. I've mentioned that before too, because of this, right? You got to know what you're buying. You need to know what to look for. And if you're a first-time builder or you haven't built very many, well, this is exactly what can happen. And so when you try to save 20 bucks on a board and you end up spending, you know, 100 bucks to ship it to me, not that I mind. It's great video content. I appreciate it. I'm glad you thought of me, and I'm glad you sent it, and we're all getting the benefit of this lesson. However, it's coming at your expense in not only of time, but of money. And I feel bad about it. You know, I want to make it right for you. leaning on my keyboard, and I think that's what caused my volume to drop as I leaned on the keyboard when I was working. I need to kind of get this out of my way. I really shouldn't have this far away from me either. Hmm. It's awfully delicate, and those pins are really close together. So it's hard to tell if they're touching or not. Hmm. My only other concern is that the bent pin shorted something on the CPU and short-circuited the CPU. Could have damaged the CPU. So we can try a different CPU in there. The pins look straight enough, although, like I said, they're very delicate, very finicky. And they could be off by, you know, 0.5 millimeter. And that's all it takes. But it is possible that the CPU was shorted out. If the CPU was also returned, maybe it was bad. Again, I don't want to point any blame. I don't know. I don't have all the information. Bad CPUs are very uncommon. But make no assumptions. We're going to keep the suction cup on that one so we know that's his. We'll grab one of these over here. Oh, I've got one here somewhere. 10600K. Oh, wait, this is an 11, isn't it? Is this a 10 or is it 11? This is an 11. Well, a 10 should work. We should be all right with a 10. We tested these yesterday. It is a 500 series, so an 11 should be fine on here. B560M DS3H. Yeah, should be fine. Let's see what it does with a 10. Oh, I probably need to plug the fan in. Hold on a minute. Plug the fan in. Try that again. It's in the socket. Same exact symptom, nothing has changed. So we tried a different power supply, we tried different RAM, we've tried a different CPU, but we do see pin damage on the motherboard. So I would guess it's the pin damage. And the only way I can really confirm that would be to get another, oh look, it just turned off. That's interesting. What's it doing? I hear that fan ramp down and I'm like, all right, you know, and then nothing happens. So the board is like 90% of the way to booting, and it's something is stopping it right at that final, maybe video initialization isn't working correctly. We could certainly grab a video card and slap it on there, but there's no point in that. Because if it is, we're back to the socket again, right? Or we're back to a board. So I think the right thing to do, first of all, I think I have a board just like this. And if I do, I'll just switch all of his parts out. That's an easy thing to do. I think I have one of these brand new in a box. But let me go back and check. That's just pure coincidence. I didn't even know what he was sending me. So, wrong light. Let me bring up, what I say it was, what I'm looking for, a B560. Is that what I said? B560? B560. B560. Yeah, I do have one. Brand new in a box. Remember when I did the 11th gen update and I had the B560M with the wireless and the one without, and I said, which one do you want me to use? You said use the wireless one. I set this one aside. It's been sitting ever since. So we'll test everything on this board here. So let me just take everything off of here right now. We're going to work without power. Remove the power switch. And we'll take the heat sink back off. Take HDMI cable out. This is RAM. I don't want to lose that little screw for the M.2 drive. Take that off of there. mine. That goes back where it was. So like I said, I believe it's the exact same board. This one is a B560M DS3H, B560, same board. All right, so he followed the build guide, most of it. I'm looking for a place to put this. Just put it here for now. And here. Let's get this opened up. Brand new, never been used. Putting all of his components, his RAM, his CPU. We'll leave the M.2 drive out for now. But we will use his processor here, which my suction cup fell off. Put that back on. Okay. Do you think it's going to work? I think it's going to work. I think everything's fine. I think it's that motherboard CPU socket. It may just be damaged to a point that would explain the behavior. I think everything else will be okay. Let's see what happens. Oh, I didn't plug in the HDMI cable. Hold on a second. Thought I did that a little too quickly. HDMI. Yeah, try that again. There we go. Yeah, rebooting. There it is. So, you know, his case, his power supply, his RAM, his CPU, his solid state drive, all that is fine. The motherboard socket, the CPU socket rather, on the motherboard is pretty rough. Sometimes I can get lucky and straighten those pins out. There it is. Now, just for giggles, keyboard over here, and let's move that over there, and move that over there. Let's go full screen on this. Let's see if we have a BIOS update. The BIOS on this motherboard is F1. That's pretty old. Let me take a quick look at what the latest BIOS is for the B560M DS3H motherboard from Gigabyte. Let's see what it is. Support BIOS. Oh, there's been 5 of them. We're up to F6 now. Came out on the 24th of September this year. Let me extract that zip file. Remember that empty flash drive? Remember I said I erased it for a reason? Well, this is why I erase it. Go ahead and put that in there. And I'll copy the BIOS file out of there. Well, I have to erase the other BIOS. I didn't erase it. Okay, now that one's gone. Now here's our new one. We'll copy that one. So you can see right out of the box, it's going to work with an 11600K with no BIOS update necessary. Some people were speculating that it needed a BIOS update, but a 500 series board would have come out at the same time the 11600 came out. Typically, you would only need a BIOS update if the board came out like a year ahead of time, and then after the before the CPU, like the CPU came out a year after, then the board would. But when the board and the CPU come out at the same time, no BIOS update should be required. Now, with that copied off onto the flash drive, and I realize you can't see me, but I'm going to plug the USB flash drive into any USB port back here. We're going to give that a second. And let's see if I go to QFlash update. There it is. Yes. Press to start. So there's our current BIOS up here on the upper left. And then the BIOS we're updating to in the lower right. Remember, I don't need the BIOS versions in between. Each one is recursive. It contains everything before it. I think recursive was the word I was looking for. And let's take a look in the chat room and see what you guys are saying, because I haven't really been paying attention. So any contributions that have come in, I have completely missed. And I can only go back so far. Wayne Meir is contributed 5 New Zealand dollars. Thanks, Wayne. If anybody contributed before Wayne that I didn't give you a shout out, you'll have to tell me, because I can't scroll back further than that. Very, very coincidental that I have the same board. And then let's take a look at I wonder if the other chat here goes back further, if it's the same. It looks like it's the same. Okay. John Kennedy's joining us. John bought a system for me a long time ago. That's been years. Good to see you, John. Well, years since I built the computer, not years since I've seen him. It's not an expensive motherboard. That's the good news. It's not like it's a $300 motherboard. One Kuiper contributes $20. Not sure how to say your name, but thank you for that. We'll make you blue in here. Thanks for supporting the channel, my friend. Mortbot said that board is $88.99 on Amazon and Newegg. That's why I recommend it in the updated 8-year build, because it's a budget board and it does a fantastic job. But if the pins are bent in the socket, you know, doesn't work so well. All right, we're doing our first boot up here, and the no signal appears on your screen because the machine, the motherboard, has turned itself off and is turning itself back on. I am keeping all hands off and away from this board, and it may cycle the power more than once. So we know when it's done if it takes us back into the BIOS or gives us a no bootable device found, or if you've got a system with Windows on it, it'll boot you back into Windows when it's done. So until it does any of those three things, stay away from it and let it do its thing. So there, it's just powered off again. That's still normal. The fan has stopped spinning. It is now turning itself back on for a second time. Again, this is normal. Some boards will just boot once, some will boot 4 times before they're done. And even when they boot, they might still be continuing the update as we previously saw. So we'll continue to stare at a no signal because that's what you'd see on your screen if you were doing this. And then you wait until the Gigabyte logo will appear here momentarily. It's coming. Now it is shut off a third time. Again, still normal. Not all boards will shut off that many times, but some do. Again, nothing to worry about. Let it do its thing. Everything is normal. Don't interfere with it. And hopefully this will be the last one, and it should finally get us back into the BIOS again. And we're back. You saw how long that took, and I didn't touch anything, okay? So it's critical if you want a successful BIOS update. It's incredibly simple if you leave it alone. So we're now on version F6, which is great. Not that that was anything to do with the problem, but I always like to update boards to the latest BIOS so that I don't, my customer won't have whatever problem the BIOS update fixes. By putting the latest update on there, we're avoiding whatever problem those previous BIOSes were replaced for. And any new motherboards that are manufactured today by Gigabyte, this board right here, will come out of the factory with that F6 BIOS. Now I can go ahead and minimize this screen a little bit so I can see you again. There we are. And if Rod is still in the chat room, we have a couple of options here, Rod. If you bought this board as a used board from Amazon, if you're still in your return period, I might be able to return it on your behalf. You'd have to go through the return process and then forward the return QR code to me. If you're past your return period, then you lost that bet by buying a used board if you bought a used board. Greg says, I need to go into the BIOS and turn off PTT. Oh yeah, they probably are turning that on by default now, unless this customer wants Windows 11, which I can't imagine why they would. Thank you for mentioning that. Let's take a quick look here and see if PTT is in fact enabled by default, which it probably is. Let's go back and look. Let's go to advanced. Is it settings? System info. It's got to be under settings, miscellaneous. Yes, it's under miscellaneous, and you're right, it is enabled. So we'll hit enter. Wrong keyboard. Enter. We'll choose disabled. I'll tell you what I should do. What I should be doing is going to save and exit, load optimize defaults, then we'll go over here, miscellaneous, optimize defaults, turn that back on, we'll change that back to disabled, and then go back over to save and exit across the top right, And this time save and exit, and yes. Frank Jimmy said, Amazon has their holiday return policy for most products that can be returned through January 30th, 2022. Rod says he thinks the return is past the time. Well, what do you want to do? Do you want to just buy this board from me? You know, I'm not going to profit from it, just whatever I paid for it off Amazon, or whatever it's selling for on Amazon today is $88, $89. I won't charge anything for the labor. I'll make that up on the video. I won't charge anything to ship it back to you. I'll make that up on the video. So I just need you to pay for the part. And then you got to tell me if you want the old part back, or if you think you can return it and have it credited back to your account. I could probably take it, you know, once you have an authorized return from Amazon. I don't see any reason why I can't use your QR code that they email you. Forward that email to me. I should be able to take it over to the UPS store and have them box it and return it back to Amazon for you. Rod says, yes, I will buy your board. Rod, were you installing Windows 10 on this? Was that your plan? Windows 10 Home, Windows 10 Pro? Did you already have a Windows 10 you were going to use? Do you need me to provide a Windows 10 product key, or do you have one? Or were you going to go with Windows 11? How many cores are on an 11600K? So the 11600K is, let me pull up the screen here so I don't get it wrong. 6 cores with 12 threads. 6 cores, 12 threads. It's hyper-threaded. It's a good deal. I recommend the CPU. The 10600, 11600, absolutely. Yes, he wants Windows 10. He bought one from my list. Okay, if you bought one from my list, you have a product key. You can highlight the product key, Control-C to copy it, Control-V like Victor to paste it into an email to me so I have your product key so I can activate your Windows 10. Let's do Windows 10 right now. Let's go ahead and turn this off. Let's put your Samsung 980 Pro. It's a great choice on your storage here. Put that in there. And you know what? I'm going to steal the M.2 screw from your old board. We can include the one in the package if the other board's going bad. Flash drive, we're done with that. That can be erased. Ready for the next BIOS flash for the next build. I need my Windows 10 media, which is right here. Plug that in. And let's fire this bad boy back up. So I assume we're doing Windows 10 Pro. And we'll let that install. Shouldn't take very long. Here's a contribution of $5 from Madi. Thank you, Madi. Now, alternately, Rod, if you wanted me to, I can continue to poke around with those pins and hope I just get them aligned just right. I'm fairly certain that's where your problem is. What I don't know is whether or not the pins touching each other caused a problem further down the board. So, you know, in my experience, the way I set those pins should be close enough. They don't have to be exact. They've got a little bit of leeway. I'm thinking they're close enough, but they're not. I still could play with it if you want me to, or for the $90 or $89, whatever this board is, just don't mess with it. It's really up to you and how you want me to proceed with it. I would also recommend against putting this cooler back on. I'm going to recommend a Scythe Mugen 5 for you. There's $60 for the black edition. What do you think about that, Rod? I'm walking off camera to get a cold Gatorade, but what do you think about getting rid of that Hyper 212 cooler? Rod says, no, don't work on the old board. 10-4. Still about 659 people watching live. You guys are sticking with me through this. That's cool. The audience is yelling at Rod, telling him what to do. Rod says, yes, I will go for the better cooler for sure. Well, great. Then I have an excuse to pull one of these Mugen 5s out and see if they've modified their installation method the way Noctua has. We'll follow up with that here in just a minute. Let's make sure we get Windows 10 installed first, and we'll conquer the cooler next. Now, this is a show I would watch. I don't know that I'd watch a lot of my own shows, but this one's been moving along with a lot of great practical and real diagnostic and repair information, showing a variety of different things and different solutions all in one show. Let me pat myself on the back. Ooh, I might hurt myself doing that. Yeah, I better. Show's not over. It could all go wrong any minute now. All right, let me go back to a full screen mode for me. It won't change for you. I just need to see what these options are. They're always the same, but I don't have them memorized. But you know, I go through the same stuff over and over and over again. The best way to learn is through repetition. Some people wonder, why do you keep saying the same things over and over and over again? Because that's how people learn. You're not going to sit down at a piano and crank out Mozart perfectly. You're going to have to keep playing it again and again and again. And eventually, through enough repetition and what we call practice, it will start to stay with you and you'll become more proficient. So that's why I keep repeating myself on things I think are of importance. So even if you cringe every time I say it, I'm burying that deep in your head so you can't get it out of there. Even if you resist it. Jacob says, Carrie, your show is much better than watching TV. Hey, thank you. Well, because of the interaction with folks, right? I think if TV allowed for interaction, it'd be a lot more interesting. Mike Ladd contributes $10. He goes, this is a good showcase on how to troubleshoot. Great show so far. Thanks, Carrie. Thank you, Mike. Domingos Rodriguez says, I agree. This has been a great show. I loved it. Thank you. Like I said, I would try to make content that I want to watch. And sometimes I allow myself to get sidetracked through the chat room. I think I'm getting better, trying to keep getting better. And I still have a long way to go, but I feel pretty good about today. I didn't let the chat distract me too much. And the chat was quite helpful today as well, instead of being distracting, pointing out things like the BIOS settings and and the other pins that were bent were very, very helpful to have you guys there. And I appreciate that very much. I don't like having to defend myself all the time when I'm being challenged, but when someone's offering a hand, it's a different thing altogether, rather than shoving in a fist, which is what it feels like to me sometimes. All right, so we've got Windows 10 installed. I can go ahead and pull a flash right here. Done with that. It needs Windows updates and such, but that can wait. I'm going to tap the power switch. That should cycle it down. I'm really curious how fast this flash drive is, but we'll cover that later. What I want to focus on right now is I want to evaluate this Mugen 5 cooler. So let's get rid of the picture-in-picture box there and unplug this, and let's unplug this. I want this out of my way, so we'll put that away for now. And I have to move the motherboard back and forth, so this is not ideal to have this plugged in right now. So super easy to take that off and put it back on in a minute. Fitting awfully tight, so I have a little straight edge driver, electrician's driver here for getting it between the plastic connector between the plug and the socket. And all I have to do is give it a little twist so I can raise it up, and then it just comes right on off without me struggling and blistering up my fingers. Okay, so there's a working board. Now, we know on these boards one of those, well, maybe not. This may not have one of the mounting holes that's off. We'll address that later. Let me take the heatsink off of here. Notice how I push down on the heatsink when I lift up on the posts? And I should be able to just lift it off. It's those little details. Again, nothing hard, nothing difficult. Just paying attention to the details. We definitely want to get some isopropyl alcohol here. I'm going to clean this off. Overall, listen, you didn't do a bad job building the system. I mean, I don't think, if you bought the board used, I don't think you did anything wrong. I mean, you did some stuff that wasn't right, but I don't think any of that stuff had anything to do with this. It probably would have powered up and run. Even with the way that cooler was mounted, as much as I complain about it, it probably would have been fine. Even though the board wasn't mounted to the case properly. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of tolerance in these consumer electronics, and so you probably would have been okay. Now, could you have done a better job? Absolutely. The way you applied the cooler was incorrect, and the way that you installed the motherboard into the case was incorrect. But that wasn't necessarily a showstopper. That wasn't necessarily going to cause a problem. But what it would do is the machine would be harder to work on in some cases. You saw the difficulty I had getting out that one standoff. And also, it would not have cooled as well as it should be. And so that could, reduce the overall life, or, I don't know, not really give you the best performance that it was capable of. Now, in the world of computer building that I have witnessed, where people have, done it themselves, I've seen some pretty grossly negligent computers come in for repair, where it's like the person didn't even care, right? And I'm not getting that from you. What I would guess is that the way the motherboard was mounting in the case and the way your CPU heatsink was mounting, I think was frustrating for you. And I think you said finally close enough. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what it looks like happened. You didn't have any struggle with the RAM or the solid state drive, but it looks like you had some struggle, and it looks like you got it in there and you were just like, okay, I don't want to go any further. That's, if I had to guess, I think that was what was going on in your head. Because I think you know that you didn't put that motherboard in correctly, that you were missing screws, and maybe you didn't know why, and you didn't care because maybe you were frustrated. And I think you know this didn't seem right to you. But you went ahead and stuck with it anyway because it was probably a pain on the rear end. Or I'm completely wrong, but that's what I would ascertain from what I'm seeing. And I can't fault you for that, right? We all can get frustrated and, sort of be like, oh, glad that's over with. A computer should be fun, don't get me wrong. It should be a fun thing, but sometimes it can get a little frustrating. So with that done, I can grab a Mugen 5 and we can finally get to evaluate one of these black Mugen 5s. I'm talking about this for, what, a year and a half? And they're finally available. They're on Amazon. And they run $10 more, $59.99 instead of $49. Zvi says, thank you for the educational show. Good night from Israel. Oh, it's going to get more educational here in just a minute. Hope you can stick around. If not, be sure and come back later to see what's inside this box. Patrick says, no other YouTuber other than Greg Salazar would show the diagnostics process. I really like Greg Salazar. If I was in Florida, I would force him to do a video with me. Dwight says, Carrie, I find your streams very informative and entertaining. Thank you for your work. Awesome. Thanks for hanging out with me, man. Appreciate it. I don't see Rod responding to my assertions. I could be wrong, but like I said. Chevy contributes $1. Thanks, Chevy. Or Chevy. Master Singleton says, thanks for another great stream. All right, well, let's find out. Let's find out if Scythe went down the same path that Noxua did that turned me off with Noxua. I hope they didn't. I hope that this is now the king of easy to install. Rod said, yeah, I was thinking the motherboard went in kind of hard. Yeah. It's okay. It's usually when things are really difficult, it's because you're missing something, you're doing something incorrectly. This is very different packaging. Usually the box of parts used to rest on top, with this box laying sideways underneath. Now this box, which contains our heatsink, is packaged upright in this box, and then the box of mounting hardware is in this box, and then everything else is empty. Do we still get a screwdriver? Did they change the mounting technique? I don't know. Rod said this is his first build for just over 20 years. Fair enough. Fair enough. Was the board used? Did you buy a returned board? Hey, the screwdriver, they changed the color. It used to be red. Look what Scythe did. Good for them. Scythe took a generic screwdriver with no branding, and they made it black and put their brand on it. Otherwise, it's the exact same driver. Oh, no, it isn't. Look at the tip. This is a nicer. This is even nicer. All right, we're on the. Oh, I'm feeling good about this. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, Scythe. Come on now. We're off to a really good start here. Is Noctua taking notes? All right, that's all that's in there. Our backplate has the screws pre-attached just the way Noctua used to do it, but they don't do it that way anymore. And it makes the install take 4 times longer. So since Noctua decided to make their install take 4 times longer, it would be 4 times more labor intensive and offering 6 new ways to screw it up. Scythe is stuck to the tried and true method of having those screws. Look, even, and you're going to understand this, Rod, because you went through this. Putting these screws into the right holes on your, this is your Hyper 212 backplate. First of all, it's plastic, okay? That's problem number 1. Scythe, it's metal. Problem number 2, does the plate go this way or does it go this way? You don't have to make up your mind because it's already done for you. Problem number 3, where do the screws go? They have 3 different positions, right? And so once you figure that out, you got to put these little caps on. While you're doing all that, I'll be done with my cooler install because all of this was done for me. Now, Noctua might say, yeah, but that's not socket 1700 compatible. And I'll go, I didn't want a socket 1700 compatible. I wanted the same product I've been buying for about 2 years, and you had the gall to change that product and not change the box in any way, shape, or form to identify easily that you have manipulated the installation method to be far more labor intensive. Scythe had the wisdom and the wherewithal to leave be. You know, if you want to come out with a socket 1700 cooler, then do that. But don't mess with something you've got good. Look at the thickness difference between these coolers. This is what bothers me on the Hyper 212. Let me walk back over and show you this. Look how thick this piece of plastic is. And look how thin this piece of metal is. Which one of these do you think is stronger? Which one of these do you think is easier to install? This one right here is so easy. This is for an Intel installation only. All right, there's a different mounting kit in here for AMD. And all I have to do to install this cooler is on the back of the board, just slide this in. If I can find them holes, there they are. You can't put it in wrong. Noctuas you could put wrong. You could put it in wrong 3 different ways. This you cannot put in wrong, and you don't have to worry about all the labor it takes to set up those screws into the right position so they line up, and then deal with the little plastic clips. There's no plastic clips here. There we go. That's seated. Here's our fan. They no longer come pre-attached. Actually, were they pre-attached before? I can't remember. Noctuas were, but I don't think Scythes were. And then we'll check our cooler. This is my very first Scythe Mugen 5 Black Edition that I'm installing. And I am gleeful now. Look how much bigger the heatsink is compared to Noctua's. That's a good solid inch more of surface area. And that is perfect. And they've got some tape protecting the bottom of the heatsink so that it doesn't get any dirt or oils on it. And we will remove the tape when we're about ready to install this. This may get in the way of our 8-pin CPU power connector. I'm not sure on the 4000D case. We've got our fan brackets. And then we've got both Intel and AMD brackets here. Oh, there's far fewer parts than Noctua's. Noctua's trying to be compatible across a bunch of different socket types. They're trying to make a one-size-fits-all cooler. And it's, you know, I'm just telling you right now, nothing that's one size fits all fits anybody. That's all I'm saying. It'll fit one person really good, and it'll be too big or too small on everybody else. So I don't like these when manufacturers try and save a nickel by doing that kind of stuff. And then inside of this bag is another bag, and this is going to have a little standoffs that we probably need here. Yeah. Once again, Noxua is including 2 different sets of standoffs. If you screw them up, you get it wrong, it'll still let you put it on. It's just not going to work well. Here, there's nothing to get wrong. You have 4 standoffs. Okay, that's all there is. And sometimes on these standoffs, and I don't know how well you can see this, but you know what? Maybe I go back to this camera. On these standoffs right here, this won't go all the way down because I've got the standoff upside down. It's got like a piece of rubber on the bottom of the standoff. I'm just noticing this for the first time. And that's going to face down, and you'll see the standoff goes all the way to the motherboard with no problem. If I try to put it on with the rubber end of the standoff facing up, oh, it does go down if I forced it. It pops that right out. So make sure that this rubber piece faces down, and it's going to have some resistance, but that also holds that back plate in there for you. I'm not even looking at the documentation because this is just common sense. I've never done this before. I haven't worked on this. This is a slightly different spacer that they're using. And then we're going to set these right on top of it. They oppose each other. And it's going to go over the lever that you lift to take the CPU out. It goes right over that lever, and the other one is symmetrical, so it's going to be exactly the same. They're facing each other. And I really should put my glasses on for this because I'm kind of working a little distance away here. That's better. Then in the bag, they've given us a couple of different standoffs. This is going to be used on like a 2000 series socket from Intel 2011, 2066. We don't need that. So like Noxua, we have spare parts, but we don't have so much waste, right? These are your AMD brackets. We don't need those. And then these long screws, there should be 4 of them. Everything should be in 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's some long screws here. Those are also for AMD. Now you look at that little pile. That's what's left over. With the Noxua, that pile's about 3 times bigger. So you just wasted all your money. And that's why your Noxua cooler costs so much money. Because they give you a bunch of stuff you don't need. Because they're trying to accommodate every socket type on the consumer side. And in doing so, it requires a lot of different parts, which then confuses a novice builder as to how do they know which parts to use. How do you know the parts I have left over are the ones that are supposed to be? It's very, very confusing. It's expensive, and it's time consuming. Look how easy this cooler is to install. I should be paid from Scythe. They should be giving me some money to talk about this because I'm so happy that they've made my job easier. And you get a bigger heatsink, an easier installation, and you're saving $20 to the Noxua. Now, comparing it to the Hyper 212, you could probably buy 2 Hyper 212s, right? This is 60. What's a Hyper 212? 30 or 40 bucks? So it's about 20 bucks more, maybe. 20 or $30 more than a Hyper 212. But that's what you're getting for your money. You're getting a bigger cooler than the Hyper 212, an easier installation. Once again, the Hyper 212, much more labor intensive, and you won't have the ability to screw up the installation because all of this work, all those decisions have been made for you. All that looks good. I'm going to put some thermal compound on. You also get a much bigger tube of thermal compound from Scythe than you do from Cooler Master, which includes a very tiny little tube. I'd say as far as the cooler, cool, as far as the thermal compound goes, Scythe and Noctua give you about the same size tube at filled about the same level. Noctua might give you a little bit more. Oh, well, wait a minute. There's not a whole lot in this tube. That's less than I'm accustomed to. And I put a little much on here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave some on one of the gloves and let it lift some of that excess off and stay on the finger of the glove. And I'll keep using a clean finger until I run out and let the extra stay on the glove. I think that looks pretty good, and you can see I've got a lot left over on the glove. I put too much on. So this definitely did not have as much as the Noctua's. I'm not even sure if there's another application in there. If I didn't put so much on, I probably had 2 applications in there. Now when we put the cooler on, we put the you'll notice there's a screw. Where are we? We're over here. There's a screw that sticks out off the side of the cooler, and there's a screw that's under the cooler. That screw that's under the cooler, you want that to face towards your I/O. That screw that sticks out, see that screw sticks out right there? That's where your fan's going to go. And we want the fan mounted here in front of the RAM, or behind the RAM, depending on your perspective. And it's going to push the air through this heatsink towards the I/O shield, out towards the back of the case. I've already removed the plastic from the bottom, keeping all fingers and everything away from there. And we'll just set this gently on top. And once again, we'll grab that really cool screwdriver. I really like that. And then the screwdriver is going to go in through the top of the heatsink. That's why they included it. Most people probably don't have a screwdriver that narrow and long. And we'll just get these started and just try and tighten them evenly, right? See, that one wasn't even tightened enough. It just came right out. Let's make sure we get that one down there quite a bit. And then we'll come over to the other side. Bring this side down. That one's tight. Come down to this side. That one's tight. It's on good. Now we can put the fan on. We want the fan with the brackets here. This is the side air is blowing out this way. So we want to put it on the heatsink like that with the brackets or the support bars here towards the heatsink. I want the cable down towards the header that it's going to plug into so it doesn't wrap around or get in our way. And so I need the little fan wire hangers here. And then we'll have 2 extras because they give you 2 spares if you want to put a fan on both sides. But I just think that's stupid and ridiculous and waste of money. Unless you're overclocking, but you're not going to be overclocking that well with this cooler. You'll probably be better with a liquid cooler for that. And if you're serious about overclocking, you'll use nitrogen. Is it nitrogen? I think it's nitrogen. So I'll put the fan brackets through the holes just to friction fit. See how much better those stay on than that, not your Cooler Master, but we had a Cooler Master here the other day. It's the black Cooler Master, and it just, the brackets won't stay on. These, once you push them in, which I haven't done, once I push them in, they have some grip and they'll stay there. They won't just fall out, which again makes installation. Like if I did that with the Cooler Master Hyper 212 Black Edition, they just fall out. Drives me crazy. Then there's little grooves cut out into the heatsink. It shows you where the fan goes. So you align the fan right up into those grooves and pull back on these hangers. And that locks it right into position like that. And then all I have to do is grab a zip tie and plug this in. So I'll zip tie that now while it's out. So what, we're looking at a cooler and a motherboard. $60 cooler, $90 board, 150 bucks. I'll cover the shipping back to you. You provide me your Windows 10 product key, I'll activate it, update it, get all the drivers on it. And you're in business, my friend. Please thank Rod for sending his computer in to us so we can have this content today. Really appreciate that. I desperately wanted something else to do besides computer builds. Can you tell? Needed some variety in my life and some challenges. Everything was getting boring. And not just Rod, but of course the other systems we're working on here. I still have Dave's system here. I still have, come on, Carrie, what's his name? Steve's system is here. That's it. Now, we'll fire it back up, make sure I didn't break anything in that process. We can run Prime 95. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get the Windows updates put on it. Then we can run Prime 95 and see what kind of temps we're going to get out of this. What do I do with my power supply? So, power. Let's change that camera view. It's kind of boring. Done with that one. Let's go here. And then CPU power right here. That goes here. Boom. Power switch. It's going to go right there. Well, these are the instructions I didn't read. If a product is manufactured well, you shouldn't need these. That's what I say. Supply, make sure it's off. Keyboard and mouse. HDMI. And we'll plug it into the network so it can get Windows updates. Like that. Turn that on. Turn that on. We'll see that fan starts to spin, which you could probably pick up off of that camera right there, maybe. We'll go back to HDMI. That's booting. And then we'll go to Windows Update. Steve Warrington contributes $2. Thank you, Steve. And we'll go to full screen on my side here just so I can see what's happening. Date and time should autocorrect if you watch the bottom right corner. It's set probably 12 hours ahead or something, whatever the time zone is in the country the board is made. There we go. And yeah, I'm not sure when this will update, but it should do it on its own. So if it says we couldn't connect to the update service, it's possible that's a time issue. So I'm going to just change the date and time. Set time zone automatically. Is that working? No. Turn that off. Turn it back on. There it goes. And let's try this again. Retry those updates. Now we're cooking with gas. Lots of updates. Bob Connor says USPS says my 200R case will be delivered on November the 8th. All right, 4 more days. Rod says I sent you the email with the product code for Windows 10 Pro. Thank you, Rod. Troll McTrollington says it might try to install Windows 11. No, it won't try to install Windows 11 because we turned PTT off in the BIOS. Greg Guy reminded me of that in the chat room earlier. He does not want Windows 11. So if he does want Windows 11 in the future, he'll have to go back into the BIOS and turn PTT to enabled. Otherwise, the motherboard's not compatible, and so it won't install. Windows will force Windows 11 in a few months. They're already forcing it now if your motherboard is compatible. But if you simply turn PTT off in your BIOS, if you disable it, it no longer is compatible and it cannot install Windows 11. Won't allow it. A little tip from your Uncle Kerry. Another Gatorade. I'm going to celebrate I'm going to reward myself for a job well done. Cheers. Bradley says, hello all, I came in late, but this has been a great stream. I'm happy to have a voice in my head while troubleshooting that says, what would Kerry do? And he says, thanks, Rod, for sharing your build with us. Right on. That's cool, Bradley. That sort of comment that makes you blue. So you don't just have to give money to be blue. You could just be blue by being a cool dude or dudette. All right, so that looks good. Let's go back to Windows Update again, because there's still more updates. And you're like, what's he doing? I'm trying to make my screen full screen. Changes nothing for you, but it makes it so I can see. Yeah. There we go. See, it was already downloading these in the background. Moving right along. Mike Ladd says, haha, Carrie's stuck in my head when I'm looking for my glasses. Where's my glasses? Can't see so good without my glasses. I saw Bill Maher pull out a pair of glasses just like this. And he goes, well, ladies and gentlemen, my LASIK has only gone so far and they can't do anything more for me. And now this is, you know, and he's wearing them, you know, and he's like, and this is what I'm going to look like from now on. So get used to it. I thought they looked good on him. These are just reading glasses, so if I put these on right now, everything at a distance is all warped and messed up. So my vision's fine, it's just my close-up vision. Uh, when things are really small letters, or if I'm looking at really the small pins on the board, my eyes are having trouble now focusing. I never had that problem until about, maybe 10 years ago. No, it wasn't that long ago, maybe about 8 years ago. And magnification's about a 1.5. As I get older, I'm sure it'll be a 2, 2.5, 3, and eventually I'll just have a telescope. That's the reward of getting older. It's a badge of honor. That and a big bald spot on the back of my head. You should be lucky to live old enough to experience that. Yeah, that's what I'm going with here. Just looking at this update, we're stuck on 100% on that one. We'll hit retry here. Sometimes this helps kick it into gear. And we'll grab that optional one too. Good. Good. And that's installing. Good. Everything's working swimmingly. Any questions in the chat while we're waiting? I'm happy to address your questions at this time, since we're just kind of biding our time for this to complete. This little cover can go back on the old board to protect the pins. I still might play with that later though. How many heat pipes are on this cooler? 5 on each side, so 10. Sorry, 6 on each side, so 12. 12 heat pipes. Okay, now we're installing that big update, 21%. Some manufacturers count each side. They don't. Some manufacturers will say it's 6. Other manufacturers will say it's 12. They'll say it's 6 on this side, 6 on that side. However you want to call it, there's 6 on each side. Lemon54 wants to know if it's possible to have a computer with multiple operating systems. We've been doing that since we had home computers. I don't advise it. It's twice as much maintenance, and sometimes if one stops booting, it prevents the other one from booting. Having dual boots, if you Google dual boot or search for it on YouTube, there are videos that show you how, but it's a pain in the butt to maintain it. You know, you think of all the Windows updates you get, and then all the updates to all the software you've installed on Windows. Then add another operating system on the same computer where you have to do all that again. And then eventually one update will cause the system to not boot, and then you can't boot to either one. Unless you're using 2 individual drives and you're just switching your boot device. I still don't advise it, but I think you're better off running a virtual machine. Pick your main operating system and run as many other operating systems as you want in a virtual machine. It's a lot less labor intensive. The short answer is yes, you can. Rakshit Patel with $1.99 says, hello, Carrie and all. Welcome in, Rakshit. Thank you for the contribution. Bradley wants to know if a 4th gen Intel is sufficiently secure for the internet. If you can get Windows 10 to run on it, I think you'll be okay. It's not advisable, but it'll run Windows 10, or if you can get Linux on there, it'll probably be all right. It's not ideal. It's not terrible. Paul wants to know if I'm going to speed test the 980. Yes, I am. I also want to run Prime 95, and then we'll probably wrap up today's stream because I'm getting hungry and I need to eat something. But we're running right along here with the update finalizing. So we're at 82% right now, and rapidly getting close to being complete. We'll reboot. We'll grab that optional update. We'll grab the Intel update tool. We'll grab those updates. We grab the Samsung Magician and NVMe driver, and we can then run Prime 95 and also Crystal Disk Mark. Probably should do Crystal Disk Mark first because it's faster. But we want to make sure we have all of the Samsung, all the drivers and everything running correctly to get an accurate speed test. Carlos wants to know what's in store for Mitch and I during tomorrow's live show. Oh, we might be doing some more repairs. I mean, I'm pretty backed up in them. I feel bad to work on the Big Beast build or the HTPC when customers are waiting, and the Big Beast build and HTPC are just little channel distractions. I got a feeling we're going to be doing more of this. I can use the help on it too. So do something different. That's what I suspect is going to happen. Carlos says it's a great show tonight. Liked it. Well, if you like it, make sure you hit that thumbs up for me, would you? Just get that little thumb button, a little tappy tap, and make sure if you haven't, that you subscribe to the channel. Hit that subscribe button. Tap the bell if you want to be notified when I go live, so you don't have to miss half the show. These shows are available to watch after they air, so if you missed anything, you can always play it back later. And fast forward through the slow parts. Turn it into the 10-minute show it is. That's how real work happens, folks. I'd like to take a camera to the job of anybody who complains that the shows take too long. I think they think they're watching a polished production. Basically, they want me to be a commercial. It's a weird request. Why can't you be a commercial? Don't like being a commercial. You can find that at other enthusiast YouTube channels, but here we do real work in real time, and that's how the work goes. And when you like reality, when you're done being lied to, come on over here, we'll give you the truth. And when I say lied to, it's really more deception. You know, we can make everything look easy without errors and close-ups and slick transitions and, you know, graphics added over the top. And that's all well and good, you know, but you're not likely going to reproduce that at home. What you see here on this channel, you can do everything I'm doing. You don't have to wonder what happened between that step and this step, because you were with me every step of the way in one cut. No cuts on this video. It's one cut. Whatever happens, happens, and it's recorded for eternity. For better or for worse, most YouTube content creators don't have the guts to do that, because they'd realize people would see how the mistakes they make and they'd be afraid of embarrassing themselves. I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself. I do it all the time. I'm real good at it. So, you know, stick to your talents. Get that, you know, we get right at that 74%. That's where it likes to. I don't know what's happening at 74% on these cumulative updates, but it does traditionally sit there a little bit, and that's normal. So don't think anything's wrong. John Williams says he installed a Samsung 850 EVO on his Dell laptop. Should he install the Magician software as well? I would. Yeah, I would recommend that, sure. It's part of what you paid for. Okay, we can restart this again. James Prezi with a $5 contribution says, great video. Thanks for keeping me entertained while I'm doing my laundry at the laundromat. It sure beats staring at the dryer tumbling, watching the clothes tumble around, right? Just a little bit better, I hope. If I'd have known you were going, I could have had you take mine. It's all t-shirts. All right, let's see, we're going to bring this up again. Let's go back to Windows Update. There should be no more updates from Microsoft. Perfect. And then we will grab, let's go over to Samsung's website. Oh, I got to go through this nonsense. Yes, yes, yes. Complete. Continue without signing in. And let's go to wrong keyboard. Samsung.com/Samsung SSD. And tools and software, and we want Samsung Magician. Now at version 7, I've got to update my flash drive. And we want the NVMe driver right here. Still version 3.3? Yeah, that hasn't changed. Okay, so we're going to grab those two. And I'll click on the NVMe driver first. Yes. Okay. So it doesn't work with the Samsung 980. Okay, dokie. That's fine. We don't use it then. There's the Samsung Magician installer. We'll start that up. I don't like this weather thing down here. Right click, news and events. Oh, wait a minute. Click OK. Close that. Close that. Next. Agree. Next. Accept. Next. Next. Install. What was I doing? Right click, news and events, turn off. There we go. Finish. $42 gigs. Oh yeah, that's right. And then we'll see update. Everything's latest version. Okay, perfect. Close that out. Bring the browser back up. Not that. That's not what I wanted. Let's go back to the browser. And we'll type in Intel driver update utility right there. Driver support assistant, that's what I want. And I'll click download. And I'll click on the download to execute it. I'll accept the agreement. I'm going to decline to participate in their, they want to monitor any crashes and stuff to report back to make the product better. You can participate in that if you want. And here we go. We have a new video driver. Let's go ahead and grab that and install it. Is the window too low? It's going to chop my head off. There you go. Now you can see the bottom. Sorry about that. Ron asks a question that a lot of uneducated people ask when it comes to experience in electronics regarding static electricity. Static is kind of an easy go-to. When I say uneducated, I don't mean in general. I mean about electronics and how electricity works, to be clear. If you're interested in that, probably your local community college has classes, basic electronics classes. You don't have to get a degree in it, just so you understand what static discharge is, how it builds up, how electronics work. No, we don't have a static issue here. We are on the cardboard box. We are on a wooden Lazy Susan. There's nothing that can conduct electricity. And this has been beaten to death over and over and over again by me personally with regards to the continual, there's a ghost, and we call the ghost static electricity. Static is mainly a concern where raw components are placed on the boards. The raw components, once they're placed on the board has grounding circuits on it. So it'd be very difficult to static shock anything on a motherboard where the parts are already installed. The parts that are raw, in the process of installing, you want to be careful. They're more sensitive to static. And that's not to say that static doesn't exist. But when you take normal static precautions, such as working on non-conductive surfaces, as well as not working on carpeting, and always touching something like something metal, the outside of the power supply, this heat sheet. You'll see I'm touching them all the time, and that will dissipate any static I have. Also, the way I pick up parts, if you notice, I always hold parts by the edges. So even if I had a static buildup and I touched anything, it would go off either on these grounding parts, which is no harm, or like I said, if you see me holding parts, you'll see I always hold by the edges. So there's nowhere for static to go. So if you hold the parts correctly, the static is not an issue. But this idea that the people take a little bit of information and they're scared, they're frightened, and they want to feed that off to other people. You should be scared too. I'm here to not use fear as a motivator. I want you to understand real threats from imaginary ones. Back in the day, maybe in the 70s when people were building Heath kits, static was an issue. Today, it'd be very, very difficult to damage a modern component with static. And I would challenge anybody in the world to prove to me static caused a problem. Static is what uneducated people in electronics use as an excuse for a failure. They have no way to prove it. It's impossible to prove it. So it's an easy thing to frighten you with. But so knowledge is your power. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can do enough research on Google about how grounding works in static. And even that, if you can't really trust it, there are your local community colleges, and you can take the sort of the 101 classes on basic electronics. And that's all you really need, right, to get it in an academic book so you don't have to take anybody's word for it. Now, if you're not willing to do that work, then equally you shouldn't be willing to accept anybody's answers that you're not personally, that you haven't done your actual research on. And I've been in business for 30 years, and you can Google my name. You can see I've hosted a radio show. I've written a couple of books. I've written for a number of websites over the years and computer magazines. And if you don't believe me, I don't know who you would believe. So I don't care. You don't have to believe me. But I would hope that you would, if it mattered to you that much, that you would then get the same education all the people had who made this. People didn't sit at home and make all this stuff. This was made by college-educated engineers, and they understood what they made, and they understand what real threats are versus fake ones. And none of those people are making YouTube videos. I wish they were, but it's all enthusiasts and hobbyists, and they feed off of each other with ghost stories, and it's just nonsense. Hold your parts correctly, number one. Use your brain, common sense, number two. And don't be afraid of ghosts. That is a subject that will not go away. I've been doing this channel since 2008, and I just won't let it go. I've got videos proving static doesn't cause damage. I think Linus Tech Tips intentionally damaged a board with static, but he had to use a machine to generate enough static. He could not do it with his body. It was impossible. He had a machine, I think, and he cranked up the voltage, and even then it didn't work. You could see the spark, and there was no harm. But he cranked it up real high, higher than you could ever carry, and then it finally killed it. So that's a pretty interesting video to watch. It's not exactly accurate, but it demonstrates modern electronics and how robust they are. And so all those stories from the 60s and 70s about electronics don't apply today. But if you're working on something from the 60s or 70s, I would be a little more concerned about static. Let me just see where we're at. I think I need to install this. Yeah, but if anybody tells you they killed their components with static, they're guessing. They don't know what. That's the answer. That means I don't know, right? And I don't know why they're choosing to frighten you about a ghost as the excuse. The answer is I don't know, therefore it must have been static, which is just preposterously ignorant. So I just want you to be aware of that. When you hear people say that online, I killed my board with static. No, they didn't. No, I'm sure they killed it, and I'm sure they don't know why. It'd be a very difficult thing to prove. Or the other one I like is, well, the static damage may not appear for years. Okay. I really want to frighten you now. It's ridiculous. And so I guess people like to be scared. That's why people tune into the news every day. Frighten me some more. I can't get enough of it. You will find practical information on this channel. I don't condone what some of these other channels are doing with regards to that kind of information. They need to prove it. And so if anybody wants to debate it, you just say, Prove it. Show me. Static damage a board right now. Show me. Make it happen. If it's that easy and it's that much of a concern, do it. Go get a board. Show me it works. Rub your feet on the carpet. Get a static zap. Touch it anywhere you want. It's always going to work. Every time. Prove me wrong. So those are your magic words right there. Prove it. But if you believe in that, don't let me get in your way. I just appreciate it if you didn't propagate that, because it's always the same. It's the same question, the same answer for 13 years I've been doing this, and it gets old. Imagine somebody walking up to you and asking you the same question day after day, month after month, year after year, and you're just like, really? That's how I start to feel about it. It's getting to the point where we should have moved past this a long time ago. Steve Warrington just timed out somebody. I don't agree with what you just did there, Steve. If somebody's not being vulgar, like that person was making a joke, they said if you touch something while it's got power, then you can let out the magic smoke. I've joked about that myself. Are you going to time me out too? I don't agree with that, and I would appreciate if you weren't so heavy-handed with your moderation status. So please, unless somebody's being vulgar or they're spamming, please do not time anybody out unless they do one of those two things. Now that we've got all the updates in, everything should be good here, I can begin the testing. Let me go full screen on this so you guys can see what I'm going to do here. We'll go back to the HDMI input. Make it full screen for me. We should have a green dot down here for our Intel drivers. Oops, right down here. Yeah, it's a green dot. These I can just clear up. It's just has nothing to do with our testing. And then I'll grab my flash drive that has my utilities on it, and we'll plug that in right over here to the back of the system. And then we'll go to my testing files right in here. So PC testing software, and we want Crystal Disk Mark, and we want HW Monitor, and we want Prime 95 26.6. And you know what? I want that new Samsung Magician. Let's extract that. And then let's copy that over to the flash drive. Copy. Right click, copy, Samsung software. Get rid of this old one, replace it with the new one. Perfect. Okay, done with the flash drive. Oh no, I still need the Uncle Carry utility, don't I? Let's go ahead and grab that real quick. We'll throw VLC on here too. So VLC can be put on there. And while that's installing, we'll do Uncle Carry's in here somewhere. Windows 10 Optimizer right there. Now I'm done with it. We'll go ahead and run the optimizer now. Perfect. And let's see how long this thing takes to reboot. Should be a relatively quick system. It's, again, dead silent, which I love. Scythe has done a great job keeping the cooler quiet. And here we go. See what our boot time is. Perfect. Let me take the flash drive out because we're done with that. And let's start Crystal Disk Mark. See what this Samsung 980 Pro can do. Here we go. So we'll let that run. And again, while it's running, if anybody has any questions for me, I'll do my best to provide you some answers. Let's see if I can put my camera in there in a way that, let's try this. Maybe I can do it like that. Maybe I'll do it like this. And then I'll grab this and move it over. Ooh, look at those read numbers. Holy cow. 6,600. Nice. So with the Samsung 970, we look at about 3,500, 3,600. So it's darn near twice that on the read speed. That's crazy fast. Dwight wants to know what the Windows 10 optimizer does. I got a whole video on it. Just search for the Windows 10 optimizer on my channel. You can find the video that details all that. Does VLC player work with DVD videos? Holy cow, I have no idea. I haven't touched a DVD in about 10 years. I think it does, but I don't know. Wow, those numbers are impressive. That's an expensive solid state drive, but you can see you get what you pay for here. Folks in the chat are saying yes, VLC does work with DVDs. And John Williams says VLC is good for DVDs. All right, let's take a look. Those are all our read numbers. Let's see what our write numbers look like. That's where we separate the men from the boys. We want to see that first number that comes up on the writes to be as close as possible to the reads, but it'll usually be significantly less. But I've never tested this drive before, and I have no idea what the improvements are. But if we can get 6,600 on the writes, that would be unbelievable. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, still really good though. It's really, really good at around 5,000. Richard said, love your videos, Carrie. Thank you, Richard. Well, there's a Samsung 980 and a Samsung 980 Pro. This is the Pro, which is like $100 more for the same capacity, but this is why it's more. Those numbers are very, very impressive. Phil wants to know about my opinion on mining video cards from eBay. Do I need to worry about usage? I don't think so. It's not a moving part. So if the card works, it works. It's solid state. That's the beauty of it. It's not like you're buying used tires. It's not, a video card's not really consumable. So if it works, it works. I wouldn't worry about it. Steve Warrington contributes $2. He says, sorry, I didn't mean to time someone out. It was an accident. All right, yeah, please be more careful. You can cost me viewers, right? You can upset somebody. Maybe it's their first time here. They get timed out and they're like, well, what a jerk. And then they leave. So even the best of intent or even a mistake can cause harm, irreparable harm to to the channel. So please be careful. All right, there's our final numbers. They look really good, really good. I am impressed. I certainly understand why the drive is that much money. I never bought one. I thought they were too much, but I understand why now. All right, so let me go back on my side. I need to go full screen again so I can see. And let's open, well, first of all, let's save that. I want to save that. SNIP. And new. Let's just grab that. No, you know what? I don't want to do that. Let's close that. Right down here, let me type Samsung 980 Pro. And then we'll just do a Alt print screen. And then we can go to Paint. Shrink that bad boy down here. And then Control V. And then we'll save it as a JPG as Samsung 980 Pro. Hey, the S and the D are really close together. Okay? Don't give me a hard time. Samsung 980 Pro. There we go. Keep that on file. Oh, I suppose I have to pick a directory. Let's put it there. Good. Good, good. Now, let's close it. Hardware monitor. Let's bring it up, see what our temperatures look like. Oh, there's a new version of this too. We'll get that later. It should be fine. And then let's bring up Prime 95. And before I start Prime 95, let's take a look at these temps here. So right now we're hovering at about 29, under 30 degrees Celsius. Here's our minimum temps since we started the application, and there's our maximum temps since we started the app. So we haven't broken 40 just in the little nonsense stuff I've been doing. Let's go ahead and start Prime 95 right now. And we'll see these temps climb. We can see CPU usage across all the cores is at 100%. And I'll start my timer. We'll let that run about 20 minutes. We'll see where it goes and how loud the fan gets. And yeah, we look through here. We can see our maximum core speeds hovering right around 4.6. It's hitting 4.9. Is that right? Is it going up to 4.9? An i5 nearly at 5 gigahertz. Am I reading that correctly? I am reading that correctly. That is impressive. That 11600 is no joke. Wow, almost 5 gigahertz out of that. Okay, let's see how hot it gets. Right now we're looking at temps hovering around, well, let's look at the right side. 55 so far. I want to see that at 85 or below. No more than 85 after 20 minutes of hardcore 100% usage. So we'll keep an eye, and in the meantime, well, we're waiting for the test. If you have more questions for me, this is the time to ask, because I will wrap it up after this. So we're going to wrap up about 8 o'clock. It's 7:30 my time right now. I have not eaten yet today, and I really would like to do that while the restaurants are open. Jim says there comes a point of how fast does a drive need to be. It does, you're right, Jim, it's a point of diminishing returns. But again, some people will pay $10,000 more for a version of a car that has a little bit more performance. So if a car like the Corvette, the 2020 Corvette, high-end, top of the line, will do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. The new top of the line version of the Corvette, which is it a 2022? That'll do 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds, and you'll pay quite a bit more money for that. So for some people, it's worth it. For most people, it's impractical. If you can afford it, knock yourself out. If that's your priority in life, to have that extra half a second to spend that money for that, I'm not here to tell you not to. But I will say that for me personally, I'm on board with you. You know, that these certain, when you reach a certain speed, anything above and beyond that is resulting in milliseconds of difference, and that would only make a difference under a certain kind of a computer user would benefit from that, but not most. And they already know who they are. I don't think we need to go any further with that. What else? Does the Samsung M2 drive need an extra heatsink? Absolutely not. Please don't waste your money on heat sinks for M.2 drives. They're mostly just aesthetic. They're there for looks. If you research these PCIe Gen 4 drives, they actually like to run warmer. They will run faster when they're warmer than when they're cooler. So, and when you put a heatsink on one, they really don't cool very much, a couple of degrees at most. I'd say don't waste your money. It's a waste of money. It's just for looks. Do I work on Apple computers? I do not. No, I wouldn't even know what to do with an Apple computer. The last time I touched an Apple computer was in college in 1988. Other questions? What am I craving for dinner tonight? That's a good question. I don't know. Sean Gallagher with $2. Thank you, Sean. Say it sounds like my mic is distorting. That could be a couple of different things happening with I mean, the air conditioner just kicked on. It could be the compression. Or we could have had a little internet hiccup. That's possible too. Is my audio low again? I might have a failing capture card. Or maybe my microphone's not positioned well. Bring it up a little bit. Try that, see if that works any better. It does look a little low. Oh no, it just jumped up again. We might be okay. Rod says, Carrie, thank you so much for fixing my computer. I'm so happy to have a great PC. Hey, thanks for sending it. I made great content for it today. Absolutely. Would I get a lobster roll for dinner? I don't do lobster or crab or seafood in general, unless it's breaded and deep fried. Lobster, I'm not a fan of. What's the most expensive computer you've built? Check out our Big Beast build that Mitch and I have been working on the last 6 weeks. That's about $10,000. 256 gigs of RAM, 16 gigs of NVMe storage, $1,400 Intel processor, $600 computer case, $750 motherboard. Yeah, it adds up real quick. Carrie, have I seen any snow? Maybe in Flagstaff, maybe in northern Arizona. Where are we at on our test? 6 minutes in? 6 minutes in, and where are we at? I cannot see it. Full screen for me. We're at 61 maximum temperature so far, 61 degrees Celsius. Still have another 24 degrees to go if I'm going to get worried. This will be interesting to see how this plays out. Been a while since I've used a Mugen 5 cooler. Certainly never used one on an 11th gen chip, so I'm very interested in how this performs. We're off to a good start. Jerry says, excellent show this evening. You are the man, Carrie. Thank you, Jerry. Ken Stout said, did I understand you to say a used GPU is okay to use? Well, if I were to buy a used GPU, I would run it through some benchmark testing just to see if there's any artifacting or anything wrong with it, right? But overall, yeah, used components that are solid state, generally if they work, they work. You know, it's not, like I said, it's not something that wears out. You can't really wear out a graphics card. You can damage it, you can overheat it, but you don't wear it out. So if the card works, you run it through a modicum of tests, very simple, you know, free benchmarks that can push the graphics of the card and then look for jagged lines or things where it might be breaking up. But yeah, I wouldn't hesitate at all to buy a used graphics card. I have graphics cards sitting around that I grab and use in systems for testing or for giveaways, and they just work. I don't know what else to tell you. So yes, that would be my opinion on that subject. If someone offered me a used graphics card at a good price, I would buy it and then I would test it. Or I would have them prove it to me, you know, show me the test. And we'll run, you know, Heaven or something on there, the high res, and just see if there's any artifacting or any tears on the screen. If it's fine, it's fine. What processor are we testing? It's an 11600K. Would I buy the new Intel graphics cards? I don't know yet. When I have one in my hands, I'll let you know if it's worth it or not. I haven't seen one yet. Bob Connor said, I'd like to add my thanks to Rod for sending his computer to Carrie and to Carrie for solving the problem. It's an interesting and entertaining video. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, Rod, like Rodney, not like Rob, like Robert. Ron Hillier says he's got an 11600K and he's digging it. Right on, Ron. Must have upgraded to something. Because I know that's not what I got you. Let's see if we go back to the, let me see, I have to make my screen big. Every time I do this, I lose the chat room. So I have to do it temporarily just so I can read the temps here. We're still at 61. We haven't moved over 10 minutes, 10 and a half minutes now. We're looking really good on our temp. System is still quiet. Everything's running well. And the computer just went to sleep on me. Let me wiggle the mouse. There we go. So we got about 15 minutes before I end the broadcast. So once again, I want to invite you, if you have questions, this is the time to ask them. John says, is it okay to put this video on my YouTube? That's a violation of YouTube policy. You're not allowed to put any content on your YouTube channel, video or audio that you did not create, period. It is a YouTube policy that is not permitted. If you do that, YouTube's automated algorithms will strike you. So I strongly advise you don't do that. Now, if you want to make a video and you say, hey, you know, I think you should watch Carrie's video, no problem there. If you want to share the link on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, no problem there. If you want to embed the link into a website so that it plays in the website from YouTube, as long as it's playing from my channel, And that's just universal across YouTube. Ron says, I haven't upgraded anything. It's an 11600K. Okay, Ron's toying with me somehow. Does CPU ID work for Ryzen? Benjamin wants to know. CPU ID works for all CPUs from Intel and AMD. Perry wants to know if I played with DDR5 yet. No, I've also not visited 2022 yet. Is 2022 better than 2021? Have you been there? DDR5, the motherboards just came out today. So it's very expensive. It's about twice the price of DDR4. Is it worth it? I don't know. I mean, I'll leave it up to the other channels like Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed, and we'll see what they've got to say. And that's what I would recommend you do as well. But you're likely not going to get your hands on any of this stuff till next year. There's some of it out right now, but it's probably going to sell out real quick. And people that have a lot more money and time than I have are buying it. And apparently there's a lot of them. So yeah, I'm in no hurry for 12th gen or DDR5 or Gen 5 of PCIe. I just, we just got 11th gen. So people are just, what's the word? Insatiable. Can we use a solid state drive in an old laptop? Raj wants to know. Some old laptops, yes. Depends how old it is. Aaron wants to know, how long will an Intel 9 10th generation 32 gig of RAM on an MSI computer last me? Depends what your needs are, but as far as turning on and booting and loading Windows 10 or even Windows 11, I would imagine that's going to be good for at least 8 years. Probably, I would say 8 to 10 maybe, but it's going to get pretty long in the tooth when it's 10 years old. 8's kind of a hard limit because so much changes, every year, that by the 8th year, so many changes have happened. You probably won't want it anymore, even though it'll probably function just fine. But it's a really hard thing to determine because computers are lasting longer, and it's reasonable to think that, a good 10 years before it loses its usefulness is, potentially there. But certainly 8 for sure. 8 is a minimum. Aaron says it's for video editing. Well, it depends what you're video editing, the length of the video, the number of transitions, the number of layers and effects. Also, if you're editing in 1080 or 4K or 8K. Some folks are editing 8K videos. And if you're editing, you never really have enough power. You know what I mean? If you're like me and you have videos that, they're 3 hours long and you're cutting them down and trimming them out and transitioning and throwing graphics and text overlays, you're probably going to want whatever the latest and greatest is every other year just to keep up, just to keep your production moving. And if you bump that production up into 4K or 8K, you get even hungrier for faster, more RAM, more graphics card power, more CPU power. It never ends. You can take the most expensive machine you can buy and start video editing on it, and it's not going to be satisfying. You're not going to have click, okay, processed. You're going to wait. And every new generation, you're going to wait less. And at some point when it happens quick, that's probably about the same time you're going to bump up your resolution of your editing. Something's going to advance you and you're going to go right back to the start again. And everything will be slow. Yeah, it's a never-ending cycle. Yeah, if you're making little TikTok videos or something, that's no big deal. But, it depends what you're editing, how long the edit is, how many transitions, how many cutscenes, how many overlays and effects, and your final output resolution, at what bit rate. what graphics card you've got, what CPU you're using, and what video editing software you're using. Video editing software is not all the same. Some require more RAM, or some require CUDA cores, or some require, more processing power. So it's up to the application. So that, I don't know. There's too many variables at play there that would definitely weigh on how long the computer would serve your needs. Because likely your needs are going to change in 8 years. I'm not editing videos in standard definition, but I was 8 years ago. And this computer here could rip those videos out and render them in no time, but I wouldn't be bothered. So keep that in mind. Let's see how we're doing. We're at 17 and a half minutes on our test, and it looks like, still maintaining 63 is our maximum here. I see 63 on one core. We're still 22 degrees below where I get concerned. So I don't think we're going to raise that much up in 2 minutes, but we'll let it run just in case it does. Do I build a recording studio CPU? I have built digital audio workstations, and if you search for that on the channel, you'll see those builds. Aaron says he's using DaVinci Resolve. I don't know anything about it, so you'd have to talk to people who are familiar with it to understand if DaVinci Resolve benefits more from RAM or from CPU or graphics card or all of the above. I don't know. I don't use it. Never have used it. So probably some YouTube channels about DaVinci Resolve would be a more appropriate place for that question, or Reddit forums would also be a good source, I think, for that kind of information. Master Singleton wants to know, are new all-in-one CPU coolers still having the same issues which first generation all-in-one CPU coolers had? I don't know. I'm not aware of any problems universally across all all-in-one coolers of any generation, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Jim says DaVinci benefits from GPU over CPU. Well, there you go. I'll take his word for it because I have no idea. Richard wants to know what's in the streaming computer over here. Just Google or search my YouTube channel for my birthday build, and you can watch me build it. We have 20 minutes. We're just seconds away from 20 minutes on this test. So what's our final numbers here? Yeah, we never broke 63. That's really good. Although it is only an i5. So, if this was an i9, that'd be a different story. But hey, this is great news. This is great news that I can fall back on Scythe and kick Noxio to the curb. Love it. I will work on getting this back into the case, or maybe Mitch and I will do it tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. I still have to eat, and I don't know what I'm going to do tonight. I still have to take the pool vacuum apart. I haven't done that yet either. So bundles of work. I got to finish Dave's computer. I got to start finishing. I got to talk to Raul before I can go any further on his, and I still have to get a case for him too. And missing something. Who am I forgetting? Steve. Why do I keep forgetting Steve? So I got to get Steve's done too. So I think we're going to do more of this tomorrow, and I hope you'll join us for it. I'm going to go ahead and stop this test right now because we're still running here, and I don't need to. I've got all the information I need. It's a great machine. You're going to be very happy with this, Rod. Like, if this doesn't make you happy, you're a tough guy to please. Let's go ahead and stop the Prime 95 test and just watch these temps drop so quickly. Actually, they're pretty, I can't believe how cool they are right now. That's pretty impressive. Let me stop the test. Click stop and click OK. There we go. Now those temps should fall rapidly. Look at that. And then we can close it and shut this down. Come on, shut her down. There it is. There we go. And then I can go back to full screen. Make it all about me. There we are. All right. What a show. Just 5 hours long. That's all. It's a 5-hour show. No bathroom break. No food. So what? Suck it up. Be a man. Or be tougher than a man and be a woman. I'm not giving birth to anything. All right. Thank you guys for joining. Thanks for all your support, kindness, contributions, your participation. Greatly appreciated. Thanks to Rod for sending his computer in and letting us have a little fun and a little educational experience with it. And all my friends in blue, thank you for keeping it civil in the chat room. Folks that are not yet blue, just keep joining and participating and being friendly. That's all you have to do. And after a while, I start to recognize you. I'll turn you blue. You don't have to give money for that. It's just hard to tell trolls sometimes from genuine people. So it's established over time. Thank you guys again for hanging out with me. I'll see you all again tomorrow, 1 o'clock Pacific time. Mitch will be joining me. Kerry Holzman and Mitch Morrison. Yeah, those two guys. We'll see if any work gets done. That's it for me. I'll see you all very, very soon. And until then, bye for now.